till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. See the horizon turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And Yeah, it's so hard to open my eyes. I'm blind to the light from the sky. I'm dealing with things I can't write. And all of you know it's been no easy road. But I keep working harder, going harder just to prove something. Burning out, I can't do shit for weeks. Guess I proved nothing. Everybody wants my work for free. I know you have the money, things are looking different. I'm not putting up with you, not anymore. And I know you think you still can take advantage. And you always took my humbleness for granted. But I know my worth, you can't take that away from me. And I know you think you still can take advantage. But it hasn't worked out like you fucking planned it. 'Cause I know my worth, you can't take that away from me. Lost myself, now I'm fully disguised. My heart got bruised up, so I put it on ice. Been told that I wouldn't make it in this life, but now all of you see there's so much room for me. And I know you think I still can take advantage. And you always took my humbleness for granted. But I know my worth, you can't take that away from me. And I know you think you still can take advantage. But it hasn't worked out like you fucking planned it. 'Cause I know my worth, you can't take that away from me.
Just like you know, I always want stress like you. I always want stress like you.
Let's go.
everyone. We are here for Miami for the F1 series here for OR. I am Alex Bowen, and joining me, as always, is Jacob Weatherburn and Jamie Conboy. How are we? There we go. That should fix it. There we go.
Hello, Alex. Hello to you, YouTube land. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and the beautiful Technicolor rainbow in between.
Oh, we have rain.
Oh, moist. Let's go.
Oh no, we have rain. Cool.
Jacob Weatherburn, are you as moist as I am?
I am very moist now. This is exciting.
So, brand new track, Miami, and weather conditions that no one would have practiced. Beautiful. And a pretty stacked grid, 15 drivers of the highest Tier 3 quality.
Indeed, we do. It is going to be an interesting affair, to say the least.
Just cancel it now, Nick Randall. Great danger sensed indeed.
Right, so who do we have out on track first? We have Jesse McLean out on track first, and Raditya Kaswaro is already DNF'd, so I'm assuming that's in the pits, most likely due to some quali ban. But anyways, we have rain.
Yeah, Raditya is indeed serving a qualifying ban, so there'll be a bit of a delay between the other drivers coming out. We have got a bit of a choppy FPS stream. We're actually really good in here, just quietly. Jacob and I have got really high quality pictures
Hold
on the Discord.
Does seem to be a bit of...
But YouTube land would love a little bit of extra love, if that's okay. I like that Walker paper you've got, by the way.
Yes.
We'll have to go through that at a later date, and we'll have to explain what's going on in there. It's a bit of a Christmas scene, almost.
Yeah, sort of. Hopefully this sort of solves a few issues. Of course, I am very much new to streaming this. So.
Of course, no, everyone will have a bit of patience. They all know that it's not me streaming tonight because the stream hasn't crashed and burned immediately. But that does seem to be much better. YouTube land is appeased.
Okay, cool.
Jean-Pierre happily going about their business now. Nicholas Macbeth, hello to you.
We also
Hello
have
to you, Gerald Chu.
What has
What's
happened?
happened to Gerald?
Is that a quali ban or is he binned it in the wet?
I think it is too, yeah. I think Gerald's racked up enough points as well. I think I saw earlier this week that Raditya and Gerald are the two serving quali bans, so...
Well, look for them to come pouring through the grid in the race.
Pouring through the
Pouring
grid
through?
in the rain. That's sharp from you.
It's going to be wet. It's going to be wet.
It's going to be very, very wet indeed. But, yes, hopefully that has solved a few of the issues. Just had to adjust what was on my computer for a minute. But...
Nah, looking good. Everyone seems pretty happy now, so we can settle in to our Sunday evening. Maximum content on the way.
Indeed, as we look on Jason McLean, this will be the first lap time on the board. How is the audio looking with the onboard, everyone? Just want to make sure we have all of this right so we can get a nice experience later on. Right now, it's looking very treacherous out there.
How does one earn a qualifying ban? Asks Nicholas Macbeth.
Well, Nicholas, as the season progresses and you commit maybe a few incidents here and there, some just unfortunate, others maybe you've made an error in judgment somewhere that has encouraged you to crash with someone else or do something unsafely, you will accrue instant points throughout the season. Once you get a certain number of instant points, you will get a quali ban, and eventually, if you get enough, that can account for a race ban.
Alex has tried to word that very nicely for you, but basically, if you're a naughty boy or girl, you get in the bin. The end.
Exactly how I would have worded it. If you cause crash, you sit down.
That's it. Yeah, too many license points equals total of qualifying ban. If you keep being naughty boy or girl, we'll give you a race ban. So the qualifying ban being served by Raditya and Gerald tonight means that they've been satisfactorily naughty. And in the
Yes.
bin they go.
Indeed.
Is every driver out there on intermediates, or do we have some that have opted for a wet tyre? Or because it looks very wet out there.
I will just give some detail. It is intermediates right now.
Okay, so it's not too wet.
Not quite, but we do have plenty of intermediates as we see Donny Sadewa go to the top with a 1:37.2. So much quicker than everyone else by turn of about a second.
I have no idea of lap times around this, let alone lap times in the wet. So Tier 3 are going to give us a bit of an indication of what we can expect for the following races.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see, but a clear patch in 10 minutes, so maybe a slicks run at the end of the session, according to Diabols.
It's going to make a really interesting qualifying session even more interesting. If we get a bit of dry running and dry line forms, you're going to see everyone get out on track at the same time and try and push as hard as they can, but obviously one step outside that racing line is going to be dead. So and there's plenty of walls here to punish those sorts of mistakes too. So this would be really spicy in the last 5 minutes. Hopefully we do get that dry weather running.
Yes, it should definitely be interesting as we is there anyone currently on a lap? We'll see. Daffer's showing 12 seconds up, so this should be a good improvement. Of course, current time so far by Daffer is a 1:52.9. I do quite like this track. It's, yeah, it has a bit of flow to it. 1 second. A random thing has decided to pop with a notification as Daffer improves to a 1:40.4.
Nearly everyone's done a lap.
Someone who's yet to do a lap is Mr. David Mcnulty in the Alpine, just going to cross the line now. They should put him into P10 with 1:41 flat. So still a little bit of time to find for Linda, but the other driver who's just starting their lap, Ethan Cotton. Now,
Who I am very happy to see up there is both Williams fellas, Jesse McLean and Tom Maloney. But your standard top three there, really. Donny Sadeh was never far away from pole position. Mike Mcnulty's always up there as well. Currently P2 in the championship, Mike Mcnulty. So looking for another points gap closure this week on Jesse McLean, who currently sits under, what is that, 5,500? So it's not far, not far.
yeah, it is very close. How do you sort of see this track, you two?
Personally, I haven't turned a single lap of it, but seeing people race on it, it does look like a very interesting track. It's got a bit of everything attached to it. I'm not sure. It reminds me a lot of Vietnam in the older games. So I'm not sure how much I'd enjoy it in wet conditions.
If it wasn't for that friggin' chicane-ish kind of tight little section we just went through there, this track would probably be okay. I don't mind that you've got to fight for traction coming out of the last corner here. I actually think that people don't like this last hairpin here because it is hard to get the traction down, but I like it. It's a challenge. That's fine.
People don't like challenges nowadays.
They don't. No, that's it. And I think this is a good little place because if you want to get a move down to turn one, if you get a better exit than your opponent, it's on. So I think that's cool. But it's that last little chicane kind of S section. It throws out the whole track. Otherwise, it'd be probably up there. I'm the same as Jacob. I haven't done a lot of track time here. I did classification laps here, knowing that I wasn't going to race, but I just wanted to see what the fuss was about. And of course, it's a new track, so you want to turn some wheels. But it's not too bad. But yeah, that section in the middle just makes me cry in my eyes a little.
The section that Mohammed Faizan's just going through right now. I actually quite like that section. It has that sort of element of risk about it. You have to be really on it to nail it through there.
It seems like you can take quite a lot of curb through that very tight chicane, but as always in this game, if you take too much, I can imagine you're pointing at the wall straight away.
You have to set the car up differently to try and ride those curbs, though, Alex. Are you compromising different places on the track to get that section right, or is it not a setup thing?
It is actually a setup thing. You have to run much higher ride height than any other trackers. Mohammed Faizan goes up into P2 with a 37.9. Still,
Nice.
still a long way back from Donny Sadiwa. Donny Sadiwa must have done a bit of wet practice. He's looking very strong. But in terms of ride height, I am having to run a much higher ride height than I would at any other track. And that does sacrifice you a bit in Sector 1 in these fast S sections, because, well, you do have to keep in mind that the lower your ride height, the better effect you can get from the ground effect in these cars. But if you want to run those curbs, you've got to run that higher ride height, so you can...
Lifting that ride height to help you over those curbs, though, is probably not going to hurt you too much in wet conditions, though, is it?
No. Even then, the most it hurts you is in the fast Sector 1. You do get a bit of understeer through there. But not much more than that. So we're just going to see. Mcnulty, no. Let's take a look at David Mcnulty for a minute. He's had some decent
He'd be loving this.
Oh yeah, he's had some very good results this season. He finished 4th in Bahrain, wasn't it? And was looking good for a podium in Hungary before it all went wrong for him in the last few laps.
Yeah, he did pretty well at Spa too. He got a very nice handful of points at Spa. So, if not for a couple of did not starts,
that was a bit of a corner cut there. He's invalidated his lap. Let's look a little further down. Daffer is not on a lap that will go quick, but is about to start one. Currently in P12, 40.4. We'll want to improve on that.
Eight minutes to go. I'm not sure, even if the rain stopped, I'm not sure how this track would go drying out for slick tyres at the end of quali.
It's Codemasters we're talking about, so it'll still be raining and the track will be ready for slicks.
Wouldn't that be a sight?
Indeed, it would.
There's McLean down in P6 at the moment, championship leader. So, bit of work to do. Try and find some time. There's not a lot of time to be found, really. There's only 4 tenths gets him up to P2. It's not like his time's bad. But down there in P6. Amuana in P7 as well. Amu's been really strong since coming onto the scene. So, a little bit out of place there for Jesse McLean and Amuana. But you're fighting against Mohammed Faizan and Donny Sadea and the likes. And there's not a lot of room up there. So, nice and tight again here in Tier 3, the way we like it.
Yeah, we always like a nice tight battle, don't we? Currently, Daffer is up a fair way on his time. We'll take a look at the split out of here. 1.4 seconds up at the moment. That would improve him up to P10. We shall see as Mcnulty goes up into P2. We'll stick on with Daffer Harrods, though, going into the final corner. Where will Daffer put that Mercedes in relation to other cars? Looks like a decent lap. Gets it a bit squirrely out of the final corner. But across the line, P10.
Nice, not too bad.
And immediately lets
tight.
Teammate through of Amuana, who is starting a lap.
Teammate toe? Yes. Not a lot of benefit to be gained from that. Press F2 for me, Alex, please. Love you.
Yep. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Clean, looking good. This is a good looking track. I actually don't mind the layout. I think it's all right. It's the fake pond here. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that would be something
The
that...
best thing they put in this track.
Amu is pushing and currently 3 tenths up, so really wants to get a lap closer to Donny Sadewa.
3 tenths, aiming around about P3 or P4. If you can hang on to this one, Amu.
Of course, we'll be looking to find time through this middle sector where it is very tricky. Just to look on board, you can see just how tight it is through here.
Track doesn't seem to be drying up at all, so under 5 minutes to go now. You wouldn't expect slicks to be an optimum tyre at any time, but will the times get quicker if indeed it does dry out at all? Amu fanging along down the back straight here, just the hairpin to go, and then a little bit of an S-bend where there's no braking involved. Got a very tricky hairpin here to get right.
Would be even trickier in the wet conditions, because it's already hard enough getting the apex nailed in the dry. But moves up into P6, so look at how tight that is towards the top.
Jesse has also jumped himself up into P2. I did miss that.
Yeah, I believe
So-
he was just on a lap before as well, so it's very tight.
And 0.04 behind Donny. So I'm not sure how much time. 2 minutes ago, he might be able to squeeze in one more lap, but there's a bit of traffic in front of him.
The track is drying up, but it's not drying up fast enough at the moment. But I reckon Fizan's about to start a lap with 100% battery. So we will jump on board with the McLaren and go around for a lap. Jacob, did you want to take us around?
Nah, this is you, Alex. You'd know it better than we would.
No.
All you. Missed turn one's apex by a country mile.
Yeah.
That's not a good start.
I mean, I found that the hairpin turn one's actually quite fluid, and in the wet, it's definitely got fluid on it.
Tricky little left-right there. This left-hand is fun. Keeping it really wide until it's a super late turning point, and if you get it down right, this is a long straight ahead of you, so not too bad there, Mohammed Faizan. Looks like he's 2/10 down, if I'm seeing that correctly.
Yep, turn one was quite the mare for this lap. So we'll see whether there's any improvement from Mohammed Faizan. We're going into this very tricky section at the end of Sector 2 now. Gets it down into second, this slow right-hander through the stadium section. Are you going to be committed on the curbs? Yes, you are. Looks very nice indeed. Gets it nicely turned in. But I don't think this is going to be much of an improvement. It's backed out of
It's
it.
pulled out. Is that enough?
So we'll take a look at. We're currently 3/10 down. Will there be any improvement for anyone at the end of this session?
Poor old Grid Jokes has got no idea why Gerald Chu's not qualifying tonight. He's not up on the news. He comes in and, Gerald, no! Grid Jokes. He's serving a qualifying ban because he's been a very naughty bully.
Naughty.
He's still everyone's favourite Tier 3 driver, though.
Fan favourite Gerald Chu, 100%.
Look how close it is. Tom Maloney's now going up in the P2. 2 thousandths faster than his teammate.
Track is evolving.
Donny Sadewa is about to cross the line. I don't think this is going to be quite an improvement.
Time for one more lap though, Donny.
Yeah, just got enough time for one more lap, but we'll take a look elsewhere. What is Mcnulty doing? Mcnulty lap, but we'll take a look at some of these at the end. Keelan Dryberg looking like he's on a lap, but we'll stay with the Red Bull driver. Oh, that got close to the wall.
You would a great big paddling would have been coming your way, Gerald Chu. Deckers is still watching. Deckers is always watching. Don't worry about that. He would have smited you.
Using a lot of curb was Keelan. Is there any improvement to be found? 5/10 up, so this will put this will put him right up there. Gets his hairpin nailed. He could be looking at a pole position here at Miami.
That track's obviously drying out. There is a Williams, both Williams drivers are still on track as well. We'll see what Keelan can produce here.
It's provisional pole.
Right to the top.
Here comes Jesse McLean across the line. Can't quite get ahead. We'll take a look at Donny next. Donny is still yet to across the line, and we'll jump straight on board with Tom Maloney across the line. But here comes Donny Sidiwa. Can he improve? No, he cannot. Here's Tom Maloney. He's up by a fair way and takes pole position. Tom Maloney on pole.
Hello. Nice one, Ginger. All right,
Definitely
P1.
played to be the last driver on track there.
Yeah, that track was evolving. You could see the tents falling off for all drivers. And Tom Maloney, the biggest benefactor, came across the line last and threw it up there on pole. He's almost 4 tenths clear, so that track was definitely evolving towards the end. Keelan Dryberg, P2. Jesse McLean, P3. Donny Sadewa and Mike Donaldi will have to settle for 4th and 5th. Mohammed Faizan, Dafa Harritz, Amuana, Mock Risky, and David Bender Mcnulty are the top 10.
Yeah, then looking further down, we've got Harry Lloyd, Ethan Cotton, Jacob Sevilla, and then our Corey Band runners, Radici Kiswara and Gerald Chu. So 15 drivers tonight, but it is Tom Maloney on top so far, with Williams on the with both Williams in the front 3 positions.
What sort of weather are we getting for the race?
20% chance of rain, according to the great man Diaboles.
It's not high enough.
What do we get?
I'd like it. I'd like a fair bit of dry weather, even if it's a little bit moist here at the start. But I want it to dry out because I want to see side-by-side action at this track. I want to know if this is a good track for racing or not.
Well, you're going to be a bit disappointed. Just make sure we're actually on the right.
It's overcast, but it's going to be a dry start by the looks of it.
Yeah, the medium tyres are out in the garage of Dafa Harritz there.
Indeed, and of course we'll have our broadcast formation lap where we will have Japanese Crofty tonight.
Yes.
Also,
All right.
I was thinking about Brazilian Portuguese Crofty, but I was like, maybe we'll save that for a little later on in the season.
Are we heading to Brazil? That's a great track.
We will be heading to Brazil as that is one of the tracks in the actual calendar.
November 13, round 14, the regular 50% race at Brazil. Speaking of, what are we doing here tonight? Regular as well. Yeah, regular 50% here tonight. It's going to feel like a breeze after last week's 3 endurance races at Monza, which was quality content. And then off to Singapore next week, which would be the halfway point of the season.
I believe we're going to Japan next week, Suzuka next week.
Okay.
From memory, I believe we are going Suzuka, Singapore, and then we have a break when the actual Suzuka weekend is on. Unless things have changed.
Yeah, I don't know. You might be right. There was obviously a bit of discussion this week about whether the website was correct, and Deckers is where I'm getting my information from. His points tables here point to September 18 being today for Miami, and then we've got a week's break before Singapore on October 2, and then Suzuka is the week after that.
I believe that is what was on the website, but the website has been updated to have just the mid-season break on that Suzuka weekend, and yeah, I don't know.
Well, there's Singapore and Japan are coming up in some order in the next couple of weeks. That's fine, we'll go. They're both red and white flags. It's close enough. Suzuka next week. It is indeed Suzuka next week. Nice.
And I
Good
believe
track that too.
Suzuka is a sprint from memory.
Yep, correct. Oh, reverse grid at Suzuka. That'd be fun, actually. Very nice. Very good.
And of course, Singapore will be a regular race, because if we had an endurance at Singapore, we would be here for about 12 hours for all 3 tiers each.
A little FYI for anyone out there listening who doesn't know, there might be a few of you. We've actually changed the rules on the drivers this week. Has this come into effect? Or is that actually not until Singapore as well? I think it might be a little later on in the season. We're removing full TC, as well as, I think, full ABS. So we're just going to take the cheats down a notch and lock them into medium TC as a maximum. And that'll play a little havoc on the drivers when that comes into effect.
There is obviously drivers that obviously run full TC and ABS, but I have no idea who they are.
Current championship leader Jesse McLean runs full TC, if you don't
Oh,
mind.
really?
So that will be a little bit of a bend in his story when we get the halfway point of this season out of the way. I think that's when those effects will start to play in.
Here we go. So we've got a few on the mediums and a few on the hards. It's pretty 50-50 between mediums and hards. And I recognise the right strategy as... Okay, that is just the boards in the background spazzing out. I thought that was rain for a minute.
Yeah, I was going to say, I reckon there's no rain incoming because no one's gone on softs.
Well, I don't know, I reckon those drivers on the hard know there's rain incoming towards the later laps of the race, so they obviously think those hards might hang on a bit better than those mediums will.
Well, something to note around here, the gap between medium hard and hard medium is about 1/10 of a second. So, not a lot of difference between the two strategies. If there are no safety cars, it is going to be ultra tight between the two strategies, but we are going to get underway for Tier 3 here at Miami very, very shortly. Hopefully we don't have another 12 fucking meters more as we get... This is 1 light, 2 light, 3 light, 4 light, 5 lights. They were held for a long time and they are underway. It's a good start for Tom Maloney. As there is chaos at the back there, 5 wide at the back.
Let's go!
And there is chaos.
And there's a car park. Cursed. Alexis Bowen has cursed Tier 3.
It is
straight into turn 1. They went 5 wide. Always going to be a shambles. Mike Mcnulty involved. Looks like David Bender Mcnulty is involved. Tom Maloney got away very nice and clean, though. And it looks like there's no safety car that has been born from said turn 1 car park. So, on we go with Tom Maloney leading Keelan Dryberg. Daffer Harris has grabbed 5 seconds for a severe collision. That's not part of turn 1.
That is the other Alfa Romeo around, and that... Yeah, Daffer Harris was for severe contact with Raditya, so I reckon there's been contact there. And oh no. Oh no. David Mcnulty is down here as well. So
he won't mind that too much.
He got turned around at turn 3, it looked like. So Mcnulty went round at turn 1, and then that all happened at turn 3. Bender got spun around there.
I don't think Bender will mind that. He'll have a little bit of space to play with now. Obviously, wouldn't have done a lot of practice, so he'll get a couple of laps in with no traffic and just get his eye in a little bit, and then maybe go for an early pit stop. He'll fight back, David. I'm still on for a top 10 here for Bender.
Meanwhile, here we've got Mock Risky getting past Jacob Sevilla down into the hairpin using the ERS effectively and gets past into P9. But currently, it's the 2 Williams leading the way from Keelan Dryberg, Donny Sadewa, Abu Anna, Gerald Chu, Mohammed Faizan, Harry Lloyd, Mock Risky, and Jacob Sevilla, your top 10. Ethan Cotton, Mike Mcnulty, Daffer Harris, Raditya Kismoro, and David Mcnulty just outside.
So Gerald Chu has come from the very back of the field, Mr. Fan Favourite himself, and now plonks himself up inside the top 6.
Up 9 positions.
So that's a really good start from Gerald.
Just a good start. That is a fantastic start from Gerald Chu, making the way past all the incidents and keeping it clean. Some of these has... Of course, we've had Mike Mcnulty, Dav Harris, and David Mcnulty move down plenty of positions, but going on to have lost positions so far were Keelan Dryberg and Faizan, as we have a battle further back. This is a bit of a battle pack forming here. We've got Mock Risky, Jacob Sevilla, Ethan Cotton, and Mike Mcnulty. We'll take a look on board with Mike Mcnulty to see if there's anything that happens. He is, or tries to get a run out of that very tricky section there.
The 2 drivers in front of him are on hard tyres, so he should have the pace advantage down the straights, but if we get a bit of a DRS train happening, Ethan Cotton misses the apex there. Mcnulty looks like he's got a little bit of a run, but he's not going to get close enough for a turn 1 move, I can't imagine. He's going to have to sit tight for a little bit longer.
Yeah, but this is going to be quite... As Keelan Dryberg has left the session.
Maybe a bit of a connection issue because his car's still on track. His AI probably under control now, taking... Well, Dapper Harriet's having a bit of an issue back here as well.
That's just towards the exit of turn 2. Very, very easy to lose it there. But, seems like, yeah, there's been an issue with Keelan Dryberg, who has also disconnected from TeamSpeak. So, a couple issues forming there for Keelan. Hopefully he joins back soon. But we'll take a look back here as look at this battle starting to form as Zinaldi up the inside gets a nice late move on Ethan Cotton.
Yeah, nice. Ethan just a little deep under brakes there. Opened up the door, and Mcnulty, who's out of position down here, he's clearly faster than the blokes in front of him. He's done nicely to pick that one up. So up in the top 10 for Mcnulty.
Take a look in front because he's looking to get a move done on the Haas, and the Haas equally wants to get a move done on the Aston Martin. So up the inside goes Mcnulty on Jacob Sevilla. The inside, oh, once again, oh, that was close.
We missed the back of Mott Risky there, I have no idea. He's done very, very well to realise he was going to run into that Aston if he tried to turn in too early.
And here comes Radicia up the inside of Sevilla into turn 1. Don't see many moves done there, but does it very nicely with the usage of the DRS, does Radicia, and up into the top 10.
What do we have, 3 DRS zones around here?
Yes, we have 3 DRS zones with 1 coming up right now. So we take a look, or Dave Mcnulty's had another problem as Keelan Dryberg has rejoined but has lost a bunch of time. Here is one of the DRS zones you're talking about. Jump back here. Where's Mike gonna go? Can't get done there. That was good defensive work from Mock Risky. Look at how tight this is. Oh. Getting very, very tight.
Mcnulty's going to look to get it done down this straight and grab that DRS.
Harry Lloyd is out in... Where's he gone off? You reckon? Yeah. Oh, that's
not a bad position. How is that not a safety car?
Don't ask me. That is, as Bender seemingly does not have any wing. Yeah, he's lost a lot of his wing, but further up, Mcnulty and Mcnulty's been able to get past, but here comes Mock again around the outside into turn 1. Not going to get a move done there as Ethan Cotton had a look at Jacob Spear, but can't get anything through. So we do have a few battles going on at the moment, but yeah, Harry Lloyd with a big accident. Surprisingly, no safety car.
Yeah, I've been surprised a couple of times already by a lack of safety car, which is nice, don't get me wrong. I'm happy to keep the race flowing. But there's been a few, like last week in Monza we saw safety cars for almost no reason. So this week the safety car is having a bit of a break. And again, reasonably okay with that at the moment.
Up, looks like Donny's closing in on Jesse, so Tom Maloney is the lead Williams right now and has pace out front.
Yeah, Jesse's under a bit of pressure from Donny here because he obviously doesn't have DRS to Tom in front of him, so he's going to be using a fair bit of ERS to defend, I can imagine, but Donny's flat out of battery as well. Jesse's still got quite a lot.
Jesse's been monitoring his ERS quite nicely. ERS recovery isn't the best around here, so you do need to use it sparingly. No move there. We look further back. Is that...
Oh, who's that facing backwards back there? That's Mock Risky, I think. Not sure if there was a bit of help or contact there as well. There's been a few elbows out already tonight.
Unfortunate there for Mock Risky. going into the next DRS zone is Donny Stewart and Jesse McLean. Donny is close behind. I reckon he's going to have a look. May just be a little too far back. Not enough battery, but he's closing. He's closing. Might go for the move up the inside here. Sort of half does it, but backs out of it.
Yes, he left the door very open then. He didn't want to defend it all in that.
Yeah, but that gave him the advantage of opening up the corner and taking the perfect line through there too, though. So got plenty of pace out of it, knowing Donny was unlikely to challenge. So hangs on for another lap. And as you said, just using his ERS wisely here. Just a little burst out of the traction zones to make sure he gets a good exit and carries his speed through to the next corner.
Jesse holds on for now. We'll take a look. I believe this is our closest battle on track right now, but Amirana was closing in for a minute. We'll see if we get a better run as I think Bender's had another off.
He's just come out of the pits as well, so maybe cold tyres or something hasn't agreed with him.
Not looking...
Still on. Still on for a top 10, Alex. Have faith. You've got to believe.
He's still got all his bits and bobs, so he's doing all right.
Who's Bob?
We had plenty of DNFs last week, so I think he's just banking on finishing the race. Top 10 still well and truly on for our man Bender. He'll hang in there.
This time Jesse's got a bit more of a gap back to Donny, so should be safe this time around, but we'll look further back to Jacob Sevilla, who is close to Ethan Cotton. Well, I think Ethan got past just before. Anyways, we'll take a look. Wow, Jacob's used up a lot of his ERS, so they're using up their battery a lot.
To answer George's question in chat, how does the tier system work? Each tier does have a set of reserve drivers that if someone is unable to make it, a reserve will get a call up to fill the spot, and then sometimes you'll see some of these drivers from tier 3 will step up into tiers 1 and 2 as a reserve driver on the night as well if there's a few drivers out. As Donny has a big moment out of the hairpin there, that's going to lose him a bunch of time to Jesse.
He hung on to it, though. Where's the pit entry here?
I will jump on board.
Just after you come out of that hairpin, off to the right-hand side before you go through that S section.
You should see the white line just there. And there is your pits. There's, just behind, Jacob Sevilla's gone around on traction and straight into the pits, so we do get an example of what it's like coming into these pits.
Oh, okay. That's a weird old sort of entry there, isn't it?
Yes, but you take control. You are in control up to just before that chicane.
And I believe pit exit is after turn 1.
Yes.
Yep.
But jumping on board here with Rikichi Kiswaro. Look at how close he is to his teammate. I don't think Mike will put up much of a battle here. But around the outside with the DRS should be pretty easy. And yeah, gets it done. So Raditya up into P8 ahead of his teammate Mike Mcnulty.
Mike Mcnulty currently P2 in the championship, though, so I don't think he'll want to stay far behind Raditya. Maybe just ask for a little tow and build his battery back up, Mike Mcnulty, but he's got work to do if he wants to start plugging into those couple of top spots.
I reckon what Mike will do will just hitch onto the back of Raditya and use Raditya to move up the grid, because no, they're on the same tyres, so I reckon they're just going to run their race together for the most part.
They can just pop each other in the DRS zones and not hold each other up too much. It could very well work to their advantage.
Mike has dropped back a fair way, so maybe Raditya just has better outright pace.
They do want to work together, though, the Alfa Romeo boys. The Williams boys are top 2 at the moment, 1 and 2, and they are 200 points clear in the Constructors' Championship. So the Alfa Romeos really do want to work together to lighten the damage that's being done here. Only 9 laps in, of course, a long race ahead of us, but looking really strong here at the moment, both Williams.
Yes, speaking of the Williams, here is Tom Maloney out front. Jesse McLean's closed the gap a little bit, but Tom's so far driven a great race, just looking really consistent. And further back, we've got the other Williams and Jesse McLean. They've both used about similar battery, so currently a 1-2 for Williams, doing very nicely, but Jesse is closing that gap, currently 1.2 seconds. I reckon Jesse might be taking a look at the DRS very, very soon, but we will actually see some pit stops come into the equation soon as well. We'll probably see first few around lap 12, lap 13 for the medium runners going onto the hards.
Quick press of the D key will cycle you through the details and let us know which driver is on which tyre at the moment. A couple of stops there for Jacob Sevilla, Dave Harris and David Mcnulty, so they've already done theirs, but they're on the medium tyre, so they may have to stop again. I don't know if they'll stretch out for 19 lap. Alex, you might be... Oh, sector 2, yellow flag. Who's this going around?
That is Daffer Harrods.
Lady.
So we're just talking about him. He's already done his pit stop. He's on fresh mediums and has had a little issue through that tricky S chicane section. I'm not sure what to give a name there. We've got to find a name for that crap.
The freeway avoider.
The freeway... What?
Well,
I was going to say, you just named it perfectly. Crap.
Crap.
well, you actually see here, they actually have it set up like this so they avoid the freeway.
Are they the freeways running over the top there, are they?
Yes,
Yeah.
because
Okay.
you can see it coming down on the left here.
Yep. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm still not going to roll with freeway avoider. That's not rolling off the tongue nicely at all.
Motorway misser.
The exit ramp? Nah, I don't know. We'll work it out. But it's crap. It is crap.
Oh, this tight battle. Reditia's got the DRS on Gerald Drew, so Gerald's going to be under a little bit of pressure soon. Mcnulty is being carried along nicely by Reditia, so the Alfa Romeo is working together very nicely.
I like that from you, Jake McNamara. If it was a little bit more PG friendly, I might come out with that. You've got my vote.
The crap cane.
The crap cane.
That doesn't roll as nicely as what Chad says.
We're getting though. We're a team effort. Keep spitballing. We'll work it out over the next 3 or 4 hours. Got plenty of time. We'll go through there plenty of time, Jet.
Donnie has managed to catch up. He's getting back onto the back of Jesse. He's getting close to that DRS zone again. He was over 2 seconds behind after his little moment at the hairpin, but he's closed back up to 1.3.
Yeah, Jesse's unable to get inside that 1 second gap to Tom as well, and Tom's not waiting for him, which is fair enough. He's got his own race to run. So, yeah, Donnie just circling, hunting his prey here a little bit. As I said, the pit stops could be critical too, Alex. If Donnie reckons an undercut's possible, maybe just cut off sort of 7 or 8 of those tenths with the undercut and come out right behind him, and Jesse be on the colder tyres. So, could be a shout there.
It is about a 23-second pit transfer, although you only actually lose about 18 seconds in the pit stop because of where the pits are located on the inside of the last corner and inside of turn 1, because you cut that hairpin a fair amount as further back. Reditia has been able to get past Gerald True, but Gerald has the DRS going into turn 1, but he's used up a lot of his energy. He is on the hard, so going the long game. Holding it around the outside into this next corner. This is tight. Oh, has to back out of it a touch, and now here comes Mike Dinaldi. Mike stick a nose in around the outside. It's going to be very tight. No, can't really get a move done on the inside of this final corner. Gerald breaks very late, gets a worse exit. Does actually compromise Mike Dinaldi a touch. This is going to be super, super tight. I reckon they could be going excess of 3 wide, but Gerald's all out of energy. He's used it all up.
Yeah, I think every driver involved here, all 3 of these guys are out of battery. All the red lights blinking, so Every one of them has used it all up. They've got nothing but their own pace now to last them at least until the pit stops, where they'll recharge a little bit.
And the pit stops for the Alfa Romeos will come much sooner than the pit stop for Gerald Chu. So Gerald has a bit of work to do here. But Mcnulty right behind. Mike look for a move into the corner. No, probably too far back. But out front, we do have a bit of a battle here forming between Keo Dryberg and Amuana. These drivers, well, Amu is the lead driver on the hards as Mcnulty. First driver into the pits for a scheduled pit stop.
So while he's jumped into the pits, I might be about to curse some people here, but something we haven't seen yet or spoken about is what are track limits like around this track?
They are interesting to say the least, but we have a battle out front. Jesse has closed the gap to Tom. Donnie has closed the gap to Jesse. They are going to start converging in on each other now.
This is going to get very interesting. Who's going to be the first to blink? How long do the medium tyres go? What is the ultimate amount of laps?
Typically around now they will start to fall off a little bit of a cliff, but in these overcast conditions their wear will not be as bad. As we have a yellow flag, and that's Radici Kiswaro losing.
Oh, that's
not a good. Oh, does very nicely though.
Oh, just before Ethan Cotton arrives on scene too.
Just lost traction on the exit, I assume, but Tom's in. Tom's come in, so Tom's bitten the bullet. Wants to get off these mediums, chuck the hards on, see where he ends up. But what this has done is it's left Jesse a bit vulnerable to Donnie, who is very, very close behind.
I think you'll probably see Jesse in this lap as well. You might even see Donnie come in as well. They'll want to cover off Tom, I can imagine.
Yes. Well, I'm sure Tom and Jesse are on the TeamSpeak talking with each other, make sure that they are working the strategy to perfection. But Donnie has closed in quite a bit on Jesse, so we'll see where there's anything done on this lap. And, Tom's come out just behind Gerald True, but fair way ahead of Ethan Cotton, so has a bit of margin to work with, but will be catching Gerald True at a fair rate of knots you'd suspect, so may lose a bit of time behind the AlphaTauri. Bowles saying you can get an instant 3-second penalty for cutting the chicane that we just went through. If you do
I think this is the first time we've seen Tier 3 go half a race without any 3-second pens. It's been very well done this evening.
very nicely is Bender. Oh no, he's gotten lapped. Bender has been lapped. Well, let's take a look. Will we see Jesse in? Jesse is in. Donnie has stayed out. So, this is where Tom Maloney is. Jesse currently going down pit lane.
Looks like Tom's probably easily going to come out still in first place.
Not a lot of traffic for Tom Maloney on his outlap by the look of it, so that's really worked out for him. Deceptively long pit delta, considering how short that straight is.
And there is Jesse coming out the pits now, and will drop back a fair way, you suspect, with the colder tyres, but Tom, right behind Gerald Drew, will need to get past quickly.
Surprised Tom's only come out with 20% battery. That's actually not a lot, considering he's just been in the pits.
He has been using a fair amount of it.
Trying to get away from Jesse.
I mean, Jesse has only come out with 32%, so not as much recovery in the pits as you'd expect.
No, it's, yeah, way less than I thought there would be. I thought you'd get sort of 60 back in the pits. So
Tom Maloney up the inside, gets ahead of Gerald Drew easily. So now
fresh tyres, yep.
It is Jesse's turn. Tom's gotten past. Can Jesse do the same? Of course, it'll be a little way down the track, but Donnie, you suspect, will be in this lap. Because you are not going to get much feeling on those tyres for much longer. But no, he stays out.
I think with the clear track in front of him, if he's confident he can put in some good lap times, he might be looking to overcut these two Williams if they get stuck in a bit of traffic.
Is he looking to go from medium to soft?
Maybe. How long do the softs last?
I don't know. I haven't tested that.
I mean, they could probably do 13 laps. They'd be horrible at the end of the 13 laps, but they would probably make it from here. So if he gets another 4 or 5 laps out of these tyres, and he's only got to do 6 or 7 on the softs towards the end, he'll have really nice tyres. If he drops back to sort of P4, P5, he'll put all sorts of pressure on those hard runners.
These mediums won't be feeling amazing though, so has to monitor them very, very closely. Right now, it's put him in a very solid position. 8.2 seconds ahead of the leading hard runner of Amoana. But Jesse has gotten onto the back of Gerald, so we'll start to assault the AlphaTauri. He's dropped a fair way back from his teammate, so unless there's a safety car, Jesse probably have to settle with at most P2. Behind, Keelan's been able to get a move done on Ethan Cotton. Keelan on fresh hards as well. We'll jump back on with Jesse McLean. We'll have the DRS on this straight. Should get past pretty easily.
Well, he stayed out again, so he's obviously confident in the tyre wear on that Ferrari. Jesse gets that move done. Now see if he can close the gap to Tom Maloney.
Mohammed Faizan has come into the pits as Jesse McLean with the fastest lap of the race at a 30.9. That is quite fast.
Critically in front of Gerald Chu here now too, though, so gets the opportunity to catch back up to Tom. And doing purple laps, you would assume that won't be too far away.
Seems to have
If I'm Donny and I see that pop up, I'm pitting this lap.
Yeah. We'll see what Donny does. About to enter this very, very tricky section, avoiding the motorway of that Miami consists of.
It's just not rolling off the tongue.
Yeah. Through the censored cane.
Censored cane. I don't know if he can come in. I honestly think he's got to commit to his strategy here. If he wants to go softs to the end, you want to make sure that you're really quick on those softs. I think he's got to stretch out another 4 or 5 laps here.
Yeah, he's got a fair effort ahead of him. If anyone can do it, it's Donny.
Because if he pits now, yes, he comes out P4, P5. He's on fresh softs. He probably gets moves done. But then those tyres are going to be absolutely crap towards the end, and he'll just get overtaken again. So I think he's just got to commit to it here.
Yeah,
I think you got it right. I think he is going to commit to the medium soft strategy.
Take a look. This is Jacob Sevilla on the medium. On risky, but doesn't get much of a run. So Dapper is going to have a look. No. Oh, there's a bit of contact.
Oh my God. Oh. Daffer had to get well out of the throttle there to avoid Jacob and Mock Risky's little battle up ahead, and did nicely, really. I hope he hasn't got any wing damage from that, because he's done his very best work there, Daffer Harris, to avoid making that collision any worse than it was.
Yeah, looks like Jacob just broke a bit too late trying to stay ahead of Daffer. But he's run out of energy, so they're all using up their ERS quite massively right now. Donny still going around right now, just entering the 3rd sector.
Amoana 17 lap old hards. Has Amu pitted yet? That's a no. They're on lap 18.
I think we've had an incident somewhere through here.
Somewhere in sector 2. There's no yellows anymore, so
I have a feeling it could have been Bender. 4.1 seconds down on this lap.
Yeah, the yellow flag was definitely around where those two Williams boys were, and they have just gone past him, so I think you might be right. Bender's had another little moment somewhere.
Still on for the top 10, Bender. Plow on, my friend. Still on.
John saying in chat, by their calculations, Donny will come out behind Keelan Dryberg.
Kovac's strategy center doing work.
Dapper's
That'd
been
be
able to
interesting.
get through on Jacob Sevilla this time around. Oh!
There's a moment. He's done extremely well to hold on to that again. It's not been Dapper Harris's night.
It was a weird sort of spot to turn into the wall. I don't know if he got a little help from behind, potentially. Jacob's very close there. I don't know if Jacob just gave him a little pat on the bum and sort of turned him into the wall. It looked like an odd way to lose traction. But I might be wrong. I'm not trying to point the finger there at Jacob.
It can be a spot where you do lose traction pretty easily, so just because of the way that it is. And look, yeah, Dapper looks very, very loose. I wouldn't be surprised if he just lost a little bit of traction there going through. But when will Donny pit? I mean, he's got to come in soon. He has to come in soon, as Raditya Kiswaro has spun. Easy to do.
Been a lot of spins of drivers making errors tonight. I don't often see this many drivers making simple mistakes themselves.
Donny.
The conversations around the Tier 2 and 1 sheds, it's a pretty slippery track, so the fact that they haven't done a great deal of work here at all, being a brand new track, kind of expected it to be Spin City tonight, but I'm surprised we haven't seen a safety car or just the one DNF, because considering how many walls are close by, I thought with that amount of traction loss, there might be a bit more drama. But no, it's been pretty clean. Most incidences have just been yellow flags and play on.
Yeah, Tier 3 has shown great consistency, but Jesse McLean within DRS of his teammate Tom Maloney. How much ERS do they have to play with? Tom has a little bit more, but both are quite low on their ERS reserves.
I think Amuana's hards might be on the borderline of had enough, because Tom Maloney's nearly pulled in a second or so this lap.
Yeah, the Amu's done nicely taking them through, as I think Dapper Harris.
Someone's around on the main straight, and he's lost his front wing. He's got to do an entire lap.
That's the worst spot, Dapper.
Right after pit entry.
Oh no.
Donny's still going.
Last week, that's a safety car. I can't believe that wing was all over the main straight.
Yeah. I reckon what Donny's doing is, not only is he going for the softs, he's waiting for a safety car.
So Amuana's doing the same thing. I'd say both P1 and P2 at the moment are going to put on the softs, but they're hoping for a late safety car to save them, because I think they've both committed too far now that they're going to lose a stack of positions that not even the soft tyres will be able to catch up.
Tom's made a slight error. Jesse has closed in a lot through that S section.
I wonder if there's any team orders coming out here. You got your championship leader behind Tom Maloney. Tom Maloney currently in P9 in the championship, and has had a couple of races he hasn't shown up to. So I wonder if Tom's interested in fighting for the win here, or if he just lets Jesse through in a slipstream and says, hey, on you go, championship leader and Williams teammate.
Well, Jesse's not using the DRS.
He hasn't got it. You're right. That's a DRS zone, and he hasn't got it open.
So maybe Jesse's happy to sit behind and let Tom have the win this time round.
That's weird. Well spotted, Alex. That's a great spot from you. I wonder if that's intentional or maybe a visual bug, or what's going on there.
I have a feeling that they don't want to battle too hard for the moment, lose time in comparison to those around them. This time he's got it open. You can see the two lights on the dash compared to the one light last time around is mock risky.
Now race leader has pitted.
There are a few jumping on the softs now. Donny on the softs seem like a bit of a slower stop. Where will Donny come out in comparison to Keelan?
He's going to be much closer to Tom and Jesse than I thought he would be. He's probably going to come out behind Gerald.
No, ahead of Gerald.
Oh, that's dangerous for the Williams boys now, because Donny is going to be very, very fast in the last 7 laps of this race. And if he has absolutely no traffic between him and The two Williams drivers, I think he's going to close up very, very quickly.
And John in chat has said that the battle is not between themselves. They are battling Donny, as we have our first penalty for track limits, and it's Mohammed Faizan.
The battle is with Donny. I think in 3 laps they're going to have a battle with Donny.
They will have their battle for sure.
He's going to be on the back of them very, very quickly with those new tyres.
I think this is smart though. Making sure that they maintain the DRS adds a level of damage limitation. Because can't get past on the straight.
The fact that Donny hasn't had to burn up his tyres to get past Gerald or Keelan, he's in a really good position here.
Donny's closed in a second this lap.
The question is, are those tyres going to be overheating later on? We have a yellow flag in sector 2. It is Ethan Cotton. Gets out of the way of the drivers coming through. Oh.
A few of them.
He's actually backwards there.
Dunk.
He has a bit of room now to go through as Amu Anna has come into the pits on the softs. Will come out in a fair gap.
8 seconds behind Donny Sadewa, Amu was. Looks like that gap is exceeded 10 seconds now. So Donny's had a really good outlap on those softs.
Yeah, jump back up. He's nearly within DRS zone of these two Williams drivers. He's closed in another second since the start of this lap. So he is going to be on them by the end of this lap. He's going to be in their DRS zone, and he's going to be asking a lot of questions of Tom Maloney and Jesse McLean.
Yeah, Jesse's having to close right in on Tom, but oh, it is tight as Keelan Dryberg gets past Gerald. Gerald's got to come in soon. Gerald has to come in. He still needs to make a stop. Look, it's just effortless.
Donny Sadewa is P3 in the championship. Jesse McLean P1 in the championship. This almost rings the Mercedes decision that they had last week. Do they plonk someone in between and give the Mercedes the best run at Verstappen? And they said, no, we're just going to have both our boys run together and Verstappen will clean them up anyway. Do they drop Tom Maloney behind Jesse McLean here and just add a bit of a buffer? How hard do the Williams boys fight here against Donny, knowing they'll have better tyre life towards the end? Donny, purple lap, he is absolutely flying along. And as you said, Jacob, by the end of that lap, had closed to within DRS. So it's on like Donkey Kong here.
Even Jesse having DRS to Tom in front, with Donny being on those fresh soft tyres, I'm not sure he's going to be able to keep him behind regardless. I think you'll find in this DRS zone, Donny is going to cruise his way past Jesse. Got a yellow flag in sector 1, maybe Daffa Harris is round again.
This is going to be tight. Jesse is using the DRS.
Yep, and no battery for Donny Sadewa, so you can see he can close the gap at all there in the DRS zone, so it's not going to be the DRS that gets the trick.
He's going to have way more traction through the corners though.
Yeah, it's this exit coming out of the crap cane onto the back straight. That'll be the one.
Let's have a look. The gap is tight.
Tell you what, the Williams boys might be onto something, keeping Jesse in that DRS range, but how long can they hold out?
Might have a slightly lower wing setup too, because they look like they actually just started to pull away there a little bit in the straights.
They've looked very fast all race, so they must have a lower wing setup.
Look how much Donny gains in the traction zone. So had a little sneak peek up the inside, but backed out of it, knowing it was going to be a rush move. So, who are your bets on? Tom Maloney, Jesse McLean, or Donny Sadewa?
David Bender McNulty.
He's on the softs. He's got another yellow flag. Daffa Harris is round again.
Come on, Daffa. Bring it home, mate.
My bet would have been on Donny, but I do apologise to the Williams lads. I do believe they are onto something here, because he just cannot close up under that DRS, having no battery. And I think you find Donny may have to force his way past Jesse.
Ridiculous.
Those tyres
flying.
getting older. Those tyres getting older every lap, though. So the advantage that they've got is starting to wane already.
I think my bet for the win from here is Tom Maloney. I don't think you'll see Jesse fight Tom because that could cost him positions to Donny. I think the Williams boys will just try and work together from here and have Tom tow Jesse home.
This is good strategy play from the Williams boys. It's, yeah, looking good.
My bet is Jesse forgets to break into the last corner, takes out Tom Maloney. Tom Maloney quits the series, and Donny
On
Sadewa.
2 seconds, JC, around the outside. Donny Sadewa goes. Can Jesse hold the inside?
He's going to make it work. He's got him. They're
Oh,
still
nice
top
hold.
left
Jesse
side.
defending well.
Wow.
Nice
Great
defending.
defense from Jesse.
Well
Did
done,
nicely there.
but he has lost, or he's just inside DRS to Tom now. So that little battle has cost him a few tenths.
Donny driving beautifully, making him work for it, but he earned it. He hung on well around the outside there, Jesse, and then through the first sector, he did very nicely.
Very good defending. I thought going into turn one he was going to lose that position.
Will Donny have a look up the inside here? Of course, Jesse can use as much DRS as he likes, but won't have as much of a slipstream effect. No. Yeah, I reckon those Williams are actually running a lower downforce setup than Donny, so Donny may get a bit more traction out of the corners, but on the straights, those Williams boys, as long as Jesse keeps the DRS on Tom, will be fine.
Close again here, Donny.
Look at how close he
Right
is.
up the back of him. Yep.
Gonna have
Jesse's
to go
gonna
around
have
the
to-
outside.
Donny will look for the old switch back onto the main straight here. He didn't. He
Again.
tried to hold it around the outside there.
Jesse with the car in all the right places, so he defends another attack. And
We're
again,
on
with every attack and with every deep braking zone, Donny's tyres lose just a little bit more life.
3 laps to go. The more Donny makes Jesse fight here, though, the more he starts to drop off. He's out of DRS zone to Tom now, so if he loses that on the straight, I think Donny will go cruising past.
But Tom will be aware of that and will be backing off as we have a few yellow flags. I believe one of them is Mock Risky and the other one is that Ethan Cotton. It is Ethan Cotton again. But oh, Tom hasn't given the DRS.
He hasn't backed off enough. He did back. It looked like he was backing off, but then he decided not to. He could have left Jesse out to dry here. As Donny's going to get right under the rear wing of that Williams, and he is going to have a look.
He doesn't
Jesse's
get it.
done very well to defend that round the outside.
But Tom has to be careful. If he lets Jesse fall out of the DRS range, it is over for him. But lucky for them, Jesse is back within DRS.
Tell you what, this is teamwork at its finest. These two Williams boys know exactly what they're doing. But Donny's gonna have a look here. Can he get up side by side? Jesse's gonna force him to go very narrow. Oh, they nearly touch each other. But it looks like Donny is gonna get it done this time round. Jesse's gonna have to tuck in behind.
But Donny has no DRS.
I think
Jesse.
You'll find Jesse will take him back here.
Oh, it's good racing.
Jesse goes very,
Oh,
very
missed
deep.
the apex by a mile there. Donny did well to be aware of that and open up the steering.
And Jesse holds on! Or has he?
Donny knows. Donny knows they're not going to have DRS to Tom in front, so you may as well let Jesse go. Grab that DRS down the next straight.
Does he want to overtake him on this lap, or does he want to wait for the last lap?
He has.
If I'm Donny, I'm waiting until the last lap.
No, Donny has to do it this time around. Look at how far back they are.
But that gives Jesse DRS on the last lap.
Yeah, wait until the next lap.
But
does that
matter?
Get the overtake done on the last lap.
Does that matter? With how fast Donny is, he could easily break past the DRS.
Well, he's going for it. Jesse's defending well again. Donny's going to force his way up the inside. These two are really going at it side by side. He got the move done. This is fantastic stuff from these two.
Yellow
Yeah, really
flag
good
in
from
sector
both
2.
of them.
It's Keelan Dryberg, so Keelan drops back.
No, that's unfortunate for Keelan. He was having a really good race after his earlier disconnect. Had a really good lap in qualifying.
Jesse's getting his P2 back here.
But now on to the last lap. 3 bursts of DRS for Donny Sadewa.
Tom Maloney should have this under wraps, but it's all up for P2 here.
P1 and P3 in the championship, so they are going to fight this all the way to the line.
Donny Sadewa P3 in the championship. Mcnulty P2.
Gerald, no! Gerald, 5 seconds for being in the pits. He's only just come into the pit lane to swap onto the softs. On the last lap, he's been on the hards the whole race.
He's done well. Fan favourite from the back of the field. He loves a pen though. He's got to come down on the pens some weeks. Goodness gracious. With no pens out there other than Mohamed Faizan, that's going to cost him a stick and a leaf.
And he's not going to be close enough to this DRS zone. He's going to have... Oh, he thought better of it. He needs to line Jesse up in this DRS zone leading into the hairpin.
Jesse looks like he's struggling.
He's got to make sure he gets a good exit out of this left-hander here.
Gets an exit, that's for sure.
He's going to get DRS. Is he going to have enough to send it up the inside? Jesse's going to defend hard. I can imagine he's going to send Donny around the outside. Maybe not. Donny's going to get side by side enough. Looks like he's going to get the move done before the braking zone.
Donny's got it done. But out front, it is Tom Maloney who is going to win here in Miami. Donny gets home in second. Not quite the win he wanted, but gets ahead crucially of rival Jesse McLean. Amoana in P4. Very nice race starting on the hards. Then further back we've got Mohamed Faizan coming around P5. That 3-second penalty should not affect his result. Keelan Dryberg. Bender's been disqualified.
Oh no. Come on, Bender.
For driving the wrong way.
He nearly got home. Oh no.
Yeah. I reckon he spun out of the pits. I would not be surprised if he spun out of the pits and then the game's just like, here, have a penalty.
Have a disqualification. Oh no.
Keelan in 6, Mike Dinaldi in 7th. Raditya Kiswara will come home in P8.
A lot of people in chat saying fan favourites run out of petrol. So he's crawling around here just trying to get over the line.
Definitely, his fuel tanks are out. I'd definitely say he is out of fuel.
It's not going to cost him a position though, because Ethan Cotton's still a fair way back. Oh no.
Both Alpha Tauris having a weird old kind of last lap. Gerald Chew did lose 2 or 3 positions on that last lap due to his petrol crisis. And Ethan Cotton here taking the Dirt Rally 2 line around the last sector.
Gerald also got a 5-second penalty for not serving a penalty.
Well, yeah, that'll be the speeding in the pits. As mock risky as I decided to have no front wing on this last lap, and will be the last driver to cross the line. There you go. That is Tier 3. We'll take a look at the results, of course, but it was Tom Maloney on top with Raditya Kiswara getting driver of the day after starting P14. I believe finished P7 in the end, P8.
Yep, nice work, Raditya. Coming from the back of the field after his qualifying ban. This man, Tom Maloney, purple pole, qualifying, race, the whole show. Brought it home. Not sure who got the purple lap in the race, but this man was quick all night long. The Pad God is your winner for Miami. Round 8, very handy points grab for the Williams team. 2 drivers up there on the steps. And really nice from Mike Dinaldi. Great battling with Jesse McLean towards the end there. Side-by-side action for a couple of laps in a row between Donny Sadewa and Jesse McLean. Tom Maloney from start to finish is your winner. Donny Sadewa and Jesse McLean on the podium steps. Amoana, another very nice bag of points coming from P8 to finish in P4. Just letting those front runners know that he's around and he'll be playing a big part in the last half of this Legend Series. Mohamed Faizan, Keelan Dryberg, Mike Dinaldi, Radicikaswaro grabbed the purple lap and the points. And Gerald Chu and Ethan Cotton rounded out the top 10. So tier 3 in the books for round 8.
Yep, that is the end of tier 3, and we will be back in about 10-15 minutes for the start of tier 2. Now, I will be sticking around, but I'll just be working the controls. We'll actually have our race winner coming in, Tom Maloney, in for tier 2 and tier 1. So do look forward to that, but we will be back in about 10 to 15 minutes.
If you had time, we'd be perfect together. But you hurt me so much that I had to leave you. Girl, I thought that you had time, we'd be perfect together. But you hurt me so much that I had to leave you. We'd be perfect together. But you hurt me so much that I had to leave you. Girl, I thought that you had time, we'd be perfect together. But you hurt me so much that I had to leave you.
Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like all that's said, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. No, I'm nobody. The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. You're nobody. Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anywhere, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, Don't search for me, cause I'm going AWOL. In my heart there's a hole, yeah. And in my head there's a demon, I can't take control. I took too much, put myself in a room, just my six and myself, yeah. It's getting hard and I think I'm doomed, cause everyone left, cause everyone left, cause everyone left, cause everyone don't search for me, cause I'm going AWOL. In my heart there's a hole.
We are coming in for tier 2 roundabout now. We will see what do the weathers well look like. It is dry.
Bloody murky, though. Very dangerous looking weather again. We saw qualifying for Tier 3 was very wet, and one man who handled those conditions extremely well to put it up on pole position was Tom Maloney, who we will be joined by shortly up here in the commentary clouds. Jacob Weatherburn with us still, of course. My name is Jamie Conboy, and Alexis Lobowen, who joined us for Tier 3, I believe is going to take a little hiatus here and continue to control the camera for us, but prepare for Tier 1.
As these guys head out on their first laps, as you said, JC, it is looking very, very overcast.
A couple of drivers here well adept at wet driving. There's a few who I can pick off. They're probably under a handful who I'd be willing to bank on, but those four, I reckon, I've got my eyes on. I'm not going to reveal them, but they're very, very handy in the wet. So if we get any sort of moisture here, I'll be letting you know who they are, and they will shoot to the top of the order.
So only 14 drivers for tonight so far, unless anybody jumps in late. So we've got a little bit of a smaller grid tonight.
Oh, it's homely. It's cozy. The big players are still here. Ben Curtis is out on track, as well as Corbin Hanna and Robert Wenzel. They are your top three in the championship, and they are participating tonight, as is Momo. He's P4. And Nick Randall, he's P5. So, as I said, all the big players in the championship still here.
Is Corbin Hanna still our championship leader after last week?
No, Corbin has been overtaken by the great Benjamin Curtis. Diabol's now leads the way here in Tier 2 after gapping corner Corbin by 50-odd points last week at Monza. He's now 30 points up in the championship.
All Diebold was waiting on was VR. That's all he needed.
And he's
Now your
flying along.
championship leader. He's very, very quick this season. So I think Nick Randell is the first of our cars on a flying lap.
Yeah, both Haas drivers got underway at around about the same time. And I thought there was going to be a bit of a tow occurring, but I can't imagine there's a long enough straight here for that. That back straight, not particularly long. I don't think you get much benefit from it.
No, we didn't really see any teams attempt it in Tier 3, so you're probably right. It's probably not much of a thing down the straights here. If you got it correct, you could probably get a bit of a tow down the straight that Nick Randell is currently on at the moment, but you've got to do well not to catch your teammate in the first 2 sectors of the lap.
So did we get any idea from Alex before she departed to get ready for Tier 1 what sort of times we are looking for on a dry circuit? Because we got no idea what we were looking for in Tier 3, obviously.
Well, if you'd like, I can give you an idea.
Wow, welcome back. Give us an idea. What is it?
I'm happy to jump in every now and then. But Tier 2, you're probably looking at maybe a high 27 at most pole. Tier 1, you're probably looking at a low 27.
High 27, you reckon? All right, Kenneth Ang currently with a 28.2. Not able to make out that purple lap from Dale Beveridge. Someone else might be able to come in. And
28.2 as well.
There's a 28.2 as well. So we're
28.25 plays a 28.27.
not far away from those 27s already. And that's with,
Championship leader.
yeah, that is with Ben Curtis yet to post. Momo yet to post. Andre McLeod loves a pole position. He's yet to post. Ben Curtis with a 28.4 as a banker.
Not bad. Low 28s for your banker. If high 27s is going to be around that pole position time, a lot of these drivers are going to improve on these banking times. Frank Frankfurt rounds the last corner. What's he going to post for his first lap? Jumps himself up in a P9 with a 28.9. So not a bad first lap. I do believe this was the man that was disqualified at Monza for getting too many penalties without getting any penalties.
Yeah, it was a weird old sort of bug that he managed to come across there in Monza. Poor old Frank Frankfurt as the sun comes out here in Miami and starts to shine its rays upon proceedings. Yeah, he was very disappointed. In fact, kept his cool pretty well considering the circumstances. Went back and watched his stream to try and hammer down exactly what happened. And yeah, picked up 30 seconds worth of penalties in 2 corners. And basically it was just because he outbraked himself, and that's all fair enough. That mistakes happen, that's fine, but then got severely punished by the game, obviously. So yeah, he'll be looking for a good result this week. Franco?
Andre McLeod will be looking to set a good banking lap. Do have a yellow flag in sectors 2 and 3. Looks like the Ferrari's just letting someone past on the back straight. And we've still got Bodie Mick and Corbin Hanna yet to post a lap.
As well as Torterra here, the greatest turtle I've ever met. Wasn't with us last week for Monza, but loves a pole position. So just a cheeky smoky here to throw it up on pole here in Miami. I'm not sure what he was doing last week or if he's had much practice, he's been busy or what, but Andre, very, very quick over 1 lap. Demonstrated that last season. And again here this season, has a pole position to his name, even while being down in P11 in the championship. So just, yeah, cheeky smoky. Keep an eye out for Torterra.
He's always had fantastic 1-lap pace, but he's always ran into some unlucky stuff within the race as he pops himself up in a P4, the 28.3. So again, it's very, very tight at the top of the grid.
Speaking of drivers who had a crap old run of it last week at Monza, Dale Beveridge currently with the provisional pole lap up there in P1. He didn't even get off the line last week. Absolutely got stuck on the line by some game-breaking bug. Again, I'm not sure what happened, but he asked to retire in the pits very early on, and that was out of his control, whatever happened. Again, I'm not sure what it was, hardware or internet or Codemasters type scenario. I'm not sure what it was, but Dale Beveridge currently looking really strong up there in P1 at the moment. So he's another driver along with Franco who'll be looking for a better result this week.
I believe we've just seen our first teammates give each other a toe down there. Definitely looked like Bodie Mick was giving Corbin Hanna a little bit of a toe down that straight and then quickly got out of the way of his lap at the end of the straight. So
You'll love to see it. All right.
Bodie Mick definitely trying to help out his teammate there to gain every 10th possible on this lap.
Mercedes boys got jumped by Haas last week in the Constructors. The Haas boys having a really good time of it. Plonked themselves up in a P3 in the championship. Corbin comes across the line with a 28.7. So a lot of drivers in the 28s there. Round about your Tier 2 pace mark are the 28s. A couple of low ones, a couple of high ones, a couple in the middle. No one breaking into the 27s yet.
Again, all the way down to P13 within 1 second of pole position. I wonder if anyone can break that 27 on their second or third attempt at it. As Dale Beveridge in the Williams currently holds pole position. Man, Kenneth Ang here in P2.
Kenneth Ang will just want some bloody space this week. He got absolutely bullied last week. He lost 4 front wings. I think 3 of them were someone else's fault. One of them might have been his fault, but he got absolutely bodied by a lot of drivers last week. I just want everyone to get out of Kenneth's way tonight.
His Delta says he's up by half a second, so we could be looking at a 27 here if he keeps it together.
Boy, oh boy. Oh,
he
no.
does
Cursed.
not keep it together. I've ruined that one for him.
Cursed. That is a ripper curse. You have cursed him into the wall at the hairpin when he's on for pole.
So that's the first one over and done with for tonight. Good to get the first one done. Who's the next one?
Oh dear. Deckers was your winner last week in Monza. Declan Hollingshead currently in P10 at the moment with a 28.7. Nice to get a win on the board for the great man who's obviously done so much to put all this together for us and get your tables out and has the abacus on standby and looks after the stewards, and obviously he's got Neil's blessing, but Deckers does most of the hard yards for the F1 series, so really good to see him get a win last week after not getting any wins in F1 21.
And to win a 100% race, nonetheless, that's a feat in itself in my books. It's better than any other win to be able to concentrate for that long.
Well, McLaren's facing backwards back there. Who's that? Franco just waiting for the traffic to pass on by before he ducks into the pit lane.
Robert Wenzel down here in P13 at the moment with a 29.1. He'll be definitely looking to improve on that. That's not where we're used to seeing him.
Momo still in P15 too, so those drivers will definitely improve. Bevis Lau with a 28.9 at the moment has been up there in the top handful positions a couple of times. Bevis snuck himself into Kovac's favoritism, has Bevis Lau, by the way. I'm not sure what that's about, but they've taken a very strong fancy to Bevis.
Robert Wenzel's up 3/10 in Sector 1 as Nick Randell goes into the 27s, and so does Bevis Lau. Bang and bang. Both with 27.9s. Bevis Lau being the quicker of the two. Robert Wenzel's on a good lap here. I'm not sure Might be good enough to gain him a few positions. Pop him inside the top 10 somewhere.
Anything inside the top 6 would be good for you, Suma. Let's see how this pans out. Bang. P5. We'll take those. Nice work, Suma. Torterra's another one who's got improvement in him. These low 28s now, becoming 27s as Torterra goes to the top.
27.8.
We were talking about 28.5s being good enough for P5 before, but there's a 28.5 down there in P12 now, so getting really tight up in the top 6 or 7 positions now. But those 27s setting themselves apart. So how can the rest of the field respond now?
It'll be interesting to see how deep we can go into the 27s. Only 4 minutes to go, so these cars in pits, they're going to start to get a move on soon. They're all going to have probably one more lap to get this right.
There are a lot of track evolution in Tier 3's qualifying, obviously because of the weather. Wonder if we'll get the same sort of thing here, where just those that last minute and a half, those on track will have maybe a couple extra tenths in the bag.
Well, Corbin handed down in P13, and he's not on this lap. I do believe he was a couple of tenths down, so is he going to pit this lap to get some fresh tyres on? He is. He's going to dive in, throw some fresh ones on, and get straight back out there.
Dale Beveridge and Momo following him in. Obviously not happy with their laps or having just completed as Momo had done. He'd moved up from the back of the field and he's done a 28.3 now.
Anything is currently our only driver on track. We do have a couple on their outlap currently. And he's in the pits as well.
He had 100% battery on his way into the pits there too, so I'm not sure whether he's under-fueled or what the deal is there, but he'd gone out on an outlap and given up on it really quickly.
Interesting. I think this is the first time ever we've had no cars on a flying lap, except for at the very start of qualifying. So they've all watched Tier 3 and the track evolution, I can imagine, and they all want to be that last car to cross the line.
Although Ben Curtis is on a 100% battery here too, so him hopefully just warming up for his lap. Alexis LeBowen saying that Kenneth potentially spun at the start of his lap, so didn't want to start. Well, you don't start on those tyres anymore, so he probably could have got one out. Maybe they just weren't in the window. Didn't have the temperatures right, potentially, for Kenneth, so better off getting in the pits and getting some fresh rubber and having one more crack at it. But speaking of having a crack at it, this man, Ben Curtis, is the leader of the championship, and he's not having a crack at it.
Oh, he had a little moment there and decided to just bail out of the lap, let all of these cars by him. Everyone now racing for track position on that outlap. It's like the bloody race. They're all just sitting right on each other.
Yeah, it was a bit of a gaggle.
Heading into the final 2 minutes of qualifying. All of your top 6 drivers are on an outlap at the moment. Beckers looks to be on a pretty good lap. He's not using any battery, so
the timing board has lit up all of those drivers on their outlaps, the top 6. Momo's still in the pit lane at the moment. He'll want to hurry up and get out there if he wants time for one more. Everyone else either on a lap or on their outlaps. Momo has gone onto his outlap, so this outlap will be very quick if he wants to get around and get in time. Neil Alexander at the moment.
he's definitely going to want to move up from P11, so a couple of tenths will lift him up into that top 10, probably up around that P7.
He is up. It's less than a tenth, but he will take that at the moment. Just coming up to his McLaren teammate now. Franco giving a bit of a tow there. On his way through, Neil goes nice and clean. Got on the anchors nicely there and met the apex nice and tight around that wall. Up into this really tricky section here. Pretty smooth.
It's up a 10th.5.
Nice. So that toe from Franco's bought him a 10th. So now he's just got to...
One position maybe, if he can get good traction out of this hairpin.
Didn't look like he met the apex there, but Alex was saying before there's a few different lines through there, so let's see if this 10th.5 is still there. It is. But misses out. Misses out on taking Bodie Mick by 9 thousandths of a second, and look how many drivers are in that 3/10th range. Like you find another half a tenth there for Neil, and he moves up to P6 almost. So that's how tight and stacked this Tier 2 midfield is. So now we get to...
flag is out.
All the drivers that we watched before in that gaggle will start to filter across now as the time has run out. All these drivers on their last hot laps. Andre looking to improve, already on pole. And he does.
Can anybody beat that? A 27.7.
Ben Curtis won't be beating it. He's put the Q in the rack.
Grandel might have a chance here. One of only 3 drivers into the 27s. And he does.
Bang. Nice. Currently P6 in the championship, Nick Randall, and he's only 7 points behind Momo, so he's right in it too. He's a total of 80 points behind Ben Curtis, give or take, carry the one. He's around about 80 points behind Nick Benker, so he's certainly not out of it either. And he'll grab some extra points for the purple lap if he can hold on to it.
Young man Kenneth Eng did a 27.8, popped himself up into P3.
Nice one, Kenneth. Momo is still on track. He's got a 28.3. His teammate Michael Gray here is at the back of the field with the 29.2. But the bear among men has had pace in a few races already this season, so expect to see him come from the back, make some moves.
Momo is definitely not on the lap, so he's not going to be improving at all.
So that's it, checkered flags and the pit lane for everyone else. It is indeed Nick Randall who grabs pole position here in Miami Tier 2. Nice one. Not his first pole position, mind you. He's had one already this season. I'll go out on a limb and say that was in Austria, where he had a really good result.
Yeah, I believe you are correct.
So, not beyond him, the great man, going quickest here in the Haas with a 27.719. Less than a tenth to Andre McLeod, Kenneth Ang, Bevis Lau on the second row. Robert Wenzel, Nathan Small, Dale Beveridge, Declan Hollingshead, Momo and Bodie are the top 10. No more than a second is the gap down to Corbin Hanna, who is P2 in the championship. That's how close it is in Tier 2. And then Michael Gray, as I said, he's clearly got pace. Maybe not a great deal of practice here in Miami, but I would not be surprised if the race pace comes to the bear among men and he finds his way through the field. It's going to be an interesting one here in Tier 2.
While we go into a bit of a lull for the race, we have been joined by our Tier 3 race winner. Congratulations, Tom Maloney.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. How are we all?
How was that race, mate? That was a fantastic finish there between the 2 Williams cars and the Ferrari of Donny Sadewa.
Yeah, definitely exciting to get some tactics out. It's not often you have to do that in these races, so it was really exciting to be able to have to think a little bit more than just pump out the laps.
It was definitely interesting to watch. You guys were playing really good tactics trying to hold up Donny, and then Jesse just got caught battling with him and dropped out of that DRS.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I think they had a really big ding dong sort of second to last lap, I think it was, and they sort of I was able to sort of get away from them a little bit, which was great for the race result for me. But you know, it probably cost him P2 in the end, unfortunately. But he definitely won the race for both of us.
So he was very happy in chat, was Jesse McLean. He's very happy for you to grab the win there. Is that your first win of the season?
It is indeed.
Nice one. Congratulations on that. It's been coming for a while. The pace has been there. Maybe just a bit of luck needed to change. So glad that it swung your way this evening. With pole, you were clearly looking quick, but obviously the race is long and it's got to go your way, and no safety cars and no added drama, and means you got through clean.
Yeah, definitely lost a bit of weight and sweat, and lucked out on the timing with the safety car as well. I did half the lap with 0 battery.
How did you find the track itself, the
sorry.
layout and the racing, and obviously being out in front, you probably didn't get a great deal of side-by-side battling, but how did you find the track and what enjoyment did you get out of it?
I wouldn't say it's fun. The grip is very, very, very low. So, you're really having to feather the throttle in 5th gear through that first sector to not bin it into the right-hand side wall. And that Mickey Mouse chicane towards the end of the second sector can get in the bin. But apart from that, it looks like a really good track to race on. Jesse proved you can defend in more ways than one, which is good to see. And I haven't watched the race back to see how the other guys did.
We were looking for a name for that chicane. I reckon we've just landed on it, Jacob Weatherburn. We're going through Mickey Mouse.
I was 100% just about to say that. That rolls off the tongue perfectly.
So pole position, the race win, and the naming rights to the crap cane, which is the best Jacob and I could come up with. So we had to keep it reasonably PG. We're going to be heading through Mickey Mouse. I like it from you.
And the corner after that chicane as well is absolute rubbish. If you miss the apex, the camber just sends you into the wall.
Oh, hang on now, Alex. Hang on. I love my man Tom Malone, but he backed out of his chair. He didn't want anything to do with the series. He's given up on it. Wasn't having fun with it. So perhaps this Maloney is the superior version of Tom. Big call from you. Someone will scream grab that and go and give it to him. He'll be chucking fists in the chat room, I'm sure.
Gerald's point's more the authentic one though.
Well, I haven't seen him in the same room together in the same exactly.
He's racing in 2 separate races. Zachary Smith jumping in, saying he will not accept any Tom Malone slander.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I came to his defense, but in all seriousness, he's jumped out the series. He's given up on it, so he loses a little bit of juju for that. But no, he's a very high quality individual. He's Tom Malone. So, but what can you say? The proper Tom Malone is in here. He's got the purple lap. He's got naming rights. He's got the race win. So at the moment, he is clearly superior.
Just saw Momo starting on the softs, which is something no one in Tier 3 did.
No, we didn't see many softs come out in Tier 3, and we were surprised to see Donny Sadewa stretch out his mediums to the point where that's when we figured he was going to go on to the softs, when he just refused to pit when you guys did. So, yeah, indeed, the softs are an interesting shout here at the start on a full tank of petrol. But it is the start that we have come to, and it is 5 red lights and another delayed start here. It was really long in Tier 3. It held you on the line for a while, but away we go. Andre McLeod leading them away down to turn 1, moves across to cover off from Kenneth Ang. Nick Randall has fallen back, but he's obviously had a poor start. Both McLarens look like they've moved up and are starting to put pressure on Deckers. Ethan Small is the sandwich there between the McLaren bred. But Andre McLeod, bang, great start off the line. He's up into P1, and Kenneth Ang also got one done on Nick Randall, who's had to settle for P3. Robert Wenzel, Bevis Lau, really close, as well as Dale Beveridge, Momo, and Deckers. And then back through the field, this was the McLaren sandwich. It's no longer filled up, so Neil and Frank's had an error too. He's falling back through the field. Corbin Hanna's also had an error, so a couple of drivers here having a weird old sort of lap 1. Up here, there's an absolute gaggle of cars that includes Michael Graham, Ben Curtis, and Bodie Mick. They're all here.
Tell you what a start Michael Gray's had. P15 up to P10 already, and oh no, is that Neil?
That is Neil.
Neil's had a big moment there. Everyone's had. Oh no!
Oh, sympathy spin from Franco. What is happening here?
McLaren have decided they're just going to go out in sympathy with each other.
Oh, what has happened there? So Neil had the issue originally, and then Michael Gray and his battle pack appeared on scene. There was almost a bit of a collision there between Neil and Michael as he tried to find his way behind him. And then Franco gets there and he does a sympathy spin.
How Franco spun then and still not made contact with anything. Oh, they've been TeamSpeak having a good laugh with each other, I guarantee it.
That's beautiful from you, Peach. Franco's just checking that Neil was okay. Oh, dear.
Well, those boys at that McLaren, they've got a lot of work to do for the remainder of this race to catch back up.
So that's it for lap one. A couple of presses of the D key will show us who's moved up and who's moved back. Michael Gray, as you said, Jacob Weatherburn has had a really nice start, finds himself up there in P9. So if his race pace is any good and he does manage to work out the track as he goes, he's on for a really good one here, is the bear among men. His teammate Momo is up here at the moment trying to track down Dale Beveridge.
The other massive thing about this track is it is so hard to regain your ERS percentage. So if you dump it to keep in touch with someone, you haven't got any left at all. And it takes a good 5 or 6 laps to even get 20% back.
Yeah, we saw that in the pit lane too. You don't get much back during your pit stop. You only get sort of 25-30%.
Which makes it really rough if you sort of have to be pretty aggressive to get past someone. You don't really have much left to keep pushing over to someone else.
Bodie Mick here's getting up on the back of Michael Gray. He had a bit of a look before, but wasn't far enough up the inside. Started on the hard tyre. Getting close enough. I thought he was going to have a look then, but decided better. Going to look for the better run out of this hairpin. DRS enabled now.
We have spoken about the line through the last hairpin, Tom, and we've noticed that a couple of drivers have missed the apex, and originally we thought it was just them missing the apex, but we saw Michael Gray there not get anywhere near it, but still had plenty of traction to defend from Bodie Mick, so clearly a couple of different lines through the hairpin there.
Just watching Nick Randell.
Oh, Nick Randell, our pole sitter, has binned it.
Yeah, that last corner, the braking marker on the racing line, people might cross their hearts when they racing on the game. The braking marker is about 5 meters too late, so this is the natural instinct is sort of braking that tells you to, and that's too late. But also, again, the camber on the apex is a little bit disadvantageous, so you can run wide and not really lose too much.
Beverslau was on provisional pole. Someone from Kovacs is going to have to tell me why this man is a Kovacs favourite. What has he done to deserve God status within the Kovacs server? Very quickly become a favourite. You know anything about that, Tom?
That's a John Sonicus thing, I believe.
Well, the Reverend will have to come and tell me what that's all about, because I want to get behind it, but I don't know the reasons for it.
I believe it's one of his mates, so...
All right. IRL friends. Wish I had a few of those.
Yep, Pigeon's chat saying he is a friend of John.
There you go. All right. I can get behind that for sure.
Starting a few fake Christs.
We've got a good little battle from P3 down to P6. Ethan Small and Corbin Hanna as well trying to do the battle with each other, but Momo's getting right up onto the back of Dale Beveridge, but with this little DRS train, he's unable to find a way past. Robert Wenzel he's very quick in a straight line, considering he's not getting DRS. I don't know whether he's dumping battery or whether again... Oh, and as I say,
another curse.
Goes, I've now cursed him
Another
again.
curse.
That's the second time this evening that I've put that man in the bin.
Goodness gracious, Jacob Weatherburn, you need to calm your farm. We've still got tier 1 to go.
I'm just getting it all over and done with.
Poor old... Oh my God.
Oh, no, it's going to DQ. Oh, wait for it.
It's going to DQ him. That's what I thought.
And the McLaren's around again. Neil
that's the same corner. That's the same corner, I think, where he was backwards before. So a couple of drivers getting it wrong through there. It's an interesting part of the circuit. Challenging to say the least. Bevis up alongside Dale Beveridge there before turn 1, but pulled back into his slipstream and allowed him to tug him around the corner. First with a 3-second penalty is Bevis. But both McLarens at the back of the field now, joined by Sumer as well.
So those guys can hopefully get back onto the pack, maybe have an early pit stop, get onto some fresher tyres and catch back up again.
Looks like Bevis unfortunately got 3 seconds for going around that spin, which is one of the vagaries of this game, unfortunately.
It's a bit weird like that when you avoid a spin and have to go on track. The game actually can sometimes penalise you quite harshly for that.
But then it lets you just cut the crap out of that apex on the Mickey Mouse chicane and you're fine, so...
Masters of Code. Dale Beveridge on for a good one here. P3 at the moment. Andre McLeod looking real nice at the moment as well. Kenneth within DRS of Andre McLeod. But this one here is his Alpine teammate Ben Curtis, who Jacob has already discussed is really quick in this game. Up here, leading the way in Tier 2. Couple of race victories on the board. Scratch that. Ben Curtis currently leading the championship with 0 victories, I've just noticed.
Mr. Consistency.
8 top 10s, a couple of fastest laps and a few podiums, but 0 victories for our championship leader.
That is what it's about. Consistency wins championships.
Shows up to every race. And does so with a really good attitude too, Ben Curtis. So gets everything he deserves. Bevis Lau looking likely around the outside of Dale Beveridge here. Dale defending the inside, but Bevis hangs it out. And gets that one done as they come into this tricky Mickey Mouse part of the track underneath the freeways. 0 traction. As you saw Dale get a little crossed up there. Managed to hang on to it. And then down onto the final straightaway. Big, long DRS zone down here.
Got a good DRS, couple of DRS trains happening throughout the field. Corbin Henner's looking to make his way up. He had a bit of a spin on the first lap. He's managed to get himself up inside the top 10. Yeah, we're now looking to get up onto the back of his teammate Brody Mick in P9.
A little bit of argy-bargy there between the Haas of Ethan Small and Michael Gray. Ethan just letting him know he's there and almost pushing his way past. A little one for the stewards to have a little tickle about. Michael Gray will, well, I'll tell you what, it's Ferrari versus Haas everywhere you look, because this is Momo and Nick Randall side by side now after Michael Gray and Ethan Small had their little battle. So Nick Randall getting the better of that one. In fact, both Haas drivers... Oh, dear, what's happened here to Momo?
Momo's exited out. He's managed to not hit the wall, but I'm not sure what happened then. That looked a bit weird, that one.
Did look a little odd, didn't it? I don't know if he's just had a massive snap of oversteer and had to catch it and managed to bring it off the wall there. It looked a bit weird, but it is a really tight left-hander there.
And Momo's on the soft, so those rears probably just overheating a little bit.
How many drivers do we have out there on the soft tyre? 7 laps in, it's only Momo, so they're not going to be too happy compared to everyone else. Most drivers opted for the mediums to start the race.
Gerald Chu is the one who cursed Momo, by the way. Just for those of you playing at home, Gerald Chu came in to chat, asked us how the softs were going. Momo immediately dies on him. So chalk that one up to fan favourite.
Ben Curtis is having a look around the outside.
Nice move.
Very
Dive
well done.
So up in a P6 for Ben Curtis. Declan and Dale here, the two Williams boys. Not the first time we've seen two Williams close together tonight.
Andre settling in at the front nicely, just out of DRS range now.
it's nice to see some luck coming for that man.
I'm not talking about Andre. I'm not doing it.
How's Andre doing in the lead? Well,
Ask
he's doing
Jacob
quite
how he's
well.
going. Jacob's on fire tonight. He's cursing left and right.
I appreciate the lack of curse from you, Jacob.
Like I didn't want to pick on you Williams boys too much. You know, we say a lot about you guys, but this is leading the championship, and you did win the race, so you do know what you're doing.
No, very good work from the Williams garage, which includes the Kovac Strategy Centre. But yeah, Nick Randell, after starting from pole, has dropped back to P7 here. So a lot of work to do over the next 20 laps if he wants to reclaim any chance at a podium position.
Unfortunately, he's on those hard tyres too, so he can't even commit to an early pit stop and hopefully run to the end. Even if he does ruin them with those spins, he's got to try and hang them out till he can get onto those mediums. But Kenneth may have had a bit of a moment because Andre's extended out to 2.2 seconds out in front.
Who's that popping in the pits there? No
Momo.
Man has had enough of the softs.
Go hard to the end, yes. The Jesse Strat.
Oh, the yellow Ferrari pit crew. Okay. Oh, I did notice that it was Donny Sadeo who was in yellow up on the podium, and I thought it was weird when I saw it, but I didn't comment because I thought it was, I know you can personalize your driver and stuff, and I didn't put two and two together that they've got the yellow insignia on the Ferrari at the moment. So of course the pit crew and the drivers in yellow as well. Suma's had another whoopsie poopsie here in the first sector, so not having a great time of it tonight is Suma.
Been a very subdued race so far. Besides the couple of drivers spinning and whatnot, there hasn't been anyone hit the wall or any safety cars or anything. Very little track limit penalties. Been very clean.
Yeah, subdued, a good word for it. Reserved is another word I'd attach to it. It's not like Saudi Arabia the first time we went there where everyone was having a great ball of fun and racing each other, and this is subdued is a really good word for the proceedings so far tonight. Everyone just tiptoeing around, pushing the limits without really breaking the barrier there on a new track that they aren't accustomed to. So expect it.
I think they've all toned it back a bit after last week at Monza with our safety car galore. And saying that, Michael Gray's really catching up to Ethan Small here.
Michael Gray got deleted, unfortunately, last week. I think it was Risky Ranger, potentially. One of the Red Bulls last week who got it wrong out of the second Lesmo and ended up sideways across the road. Michael Gray came around the corner with absolutely nowhere to go and T-boned him and DNF'd. And he came into chat pretty hot and heavy after that, but he's obviously had a chill pill and has done nicely here to come from the back of the field to be up in P11, and as you said, Jacob, putting a lot of really good pressure onto Ethan Small here, and with a nice chunk of battery in the bank, would be looking to get that one done and move himself into the top 10, so that'd be a good result if he can get that done. As we enter into the 12th lap pretty shortly. There are indeed drop rounds in the F1 Legend Series. The good Page man, just the one of them.
Yeah, with 18 rounds, the drop round isn't as important, I don't believe, as what it is when you only have, 7 or 8 rounds. You have plenty of time to make up points if you do have more than one bad round.
Interesting to see Momo's not really making that much of an impact at the back of the field after his pit stop.
We noticed that too in Tier 3 when you guys jumped onto the hard tyres and Donny was still out there on the mediums. You weren't making a great deal of headway into his times every single lap. Is there not much of a time difference between the medium and the hards around here?
There is. Obviously, cold tyres are just, they're as rubbish as they always are. But just the grip level on the track itself is just so low. You know, even if you've got fresh tyres, you can still quite easily just step the back end out and cost yourself half a second without really trying too hard.
Yeah, it does seem like a very green track. Especially out of this last hairpin here. Bevis Lau's gotten past Kenneth at some point. But they're nearly 3 seconds off the pace of Andre out front.
Yeah, we watched that on the back straight about a lap ago. It almost looked choreographed. I'm not sure whether they're on team speak together. But it looked more than comfortable as Bevis made his way through using the DRS on the back straight. So, yeah, Bevis looking strong. Good race pace. Deckers and Dale, just keep an eye on them, by the way. Didn't blow the lights out in qualifying, but have done very nicely to be positioned here in P4 and 5 as the pit stops start to take place. A lot of drivers dropping in here to get their mediums off and get onto the hards for the last stint.
Surprised more people aren't going for the Donny Strat of medium softs. It actually works quite well.
Yeah,
you go.
No, I was about to say he was able to make those mediums last quite a long time, a lot longer than I think any of us expected he'd be able to get them to last for.
Yeah, I was curious to see how the strategy played out in terms of what sort of pace differential he'd have on the softs. And he caught up really quickly. It was a 5-second gap when he came out the pits. He caught up really quickly, but then couldn't find a way through because he'd completely burnt his battery. You guys look to be a little bit stronger in a straight line. So even with the DRS happening, he just didn't have any battery left. He couldn't get it done on the straight. And then you saw the softs. You could see his pace starting to fall away after no more than 4 or 5 laps, and it became really difficult to make moves. He eventually got one done, but we thought he was going to streak past both here on the fresh softs, and didn't quite happen. So not potentially, like, obviously track position is really strong here in Miami.
Hards onto hards.
Yeah, I can't remember. I just thought the same thing, but I can't remember what tyre Decker started on.
I don't think he can do that, actually. I think you only get one sort of mediums and hards.
I think he would have had to have gone from mediums hards, yeah.
Yeah, based on
I think what you said, it's a
mediums.
It's a visual bug. Well, it's not a bug, but like as soon as the pit crew picks up the tires, they switch colors based on the color that was already on the tire. So it looks. I did the same thing. I think it was round 1 in Hungary, or maybe round 2 in Australia. I did the same thing, and I said he's just gone from mediums to mediums. But then we watched a couple of pit stops after that, and the colors on the tires will change as the pit crew touch them, and it can kind of look like they're going from the same tire to the same tire.
Hashtag Masters of Code.
Masters of Code.
Deckers has popped himself out in a good amount of space though, so we can settle into his strategy here and warm those tyres up. It'll be interesting to see. Andre is in. I was just about to say it'll be interesting to see when he pits. He's decided this lap is the lap, and so is Kenneth. Dale Beveridge is in as well, so all of the front runners are deciding that lap 14 is enough on those mediums.
So yeah, that's well over half the field now that have come in for their mandatory pit stop. I wonder if there's anyone left out there who's trying to stretch out their mediums or hards and go to softs on the end, or if that is indeed everyone has pitted. Bevis Lau
going for
Bevis Lau's still got a pit, so he could extend out if he wanted to.
Michael Gray's between Deckers and Dale here, as Suma comes up with the purple lap from P14. But yeah, Bevis Lau yet to pit, so he may potentially be going for the Donny Sadewa. This side-by-side battle here between Ethan Small and Kenneth Ang. Ethan Small doing nicely to find a gap where there wasn't one and managed to sneak his Haas in there.
Ethan's getting those elbows out tonight. He's forcing those moves. Still getting them done very cleanly, but he's letting them know he's there.
Bevis not intending, doesn't want anything to do with the Donny Strat. So he comes in as well, and we'll go into hard tyres for the last 15 laps. Jesus Christ, that pit delta is not going to be enough to keep Nick Randell at bay, who retakes the lead of this race. Bodie Mick would be another one who hasn't pitted yet, I don't think. I'm trying not to comment on Bodie Mick's race tonight, neither on Jared Ellis's race. These two are not on screen for me.
They do not exist.
They do not exist. I've refrained from speaking to them all week, and even in a third tense at the moment, not directly referencing those drivers at all.
Bevislav's come out 2.5 seconds behind Andre, so that extra lap hasn't really done much for him. But Andre is caught behind Bodie Mick right now, so Bevis can get those tyres up to temp. He may be able to close in a little bit of a gap. So Nick Randell picks up a 3-second penalty for corner cutting. Only our second one of the evening.
Yeah, again, I don't think this is a track where track limits would be hard to find. I think there's plenty of corners where you can get them. But subdued, reserved, it is just tentative from Tier 3 and Tier 2 tonight. Speaking of tentative, bang, up the inside. Hello. Andre McLeod on Bodie Mick wants to get this done ASAP and does sneak on through. Although Bodie not giving it up. Hello, Bodie.
Great traction out of that hairpin. I'm not sure which one of them even got DRS there because...
Bodie got the DRS. He had it wide open.
Andre was having none of it. Stuck it round the outside, said, that's my position.
Yeah, fresher rubber. Nice work, good hold. So Bodie, yeah, defending nicely. Not willing to give that one up easily, but Andre finding a way through eventually.
The field is very spread out in this race. There's not much going on battle-wise. Deckers and Ethan Small. Deckers is closing in. Whether he's going to close in enough. He's going to be forced to go around the outside if he wants to make it happen. He gets it done. Great move there. Moves him up into P6.
And again puts a car in between himself and his teammate Dale Beveridge. So has clearly found a little bit of extra pace in this second stint, Deckers, as himself and Dale were glued at the hip prior to the pit stops. So looking really good for the last 13 laps is Deckers. As I said, last week's race winner. Got his teammate Dale Beveridge on for a good shout as well after his unfortunate start to last week's race. Bodie Mick comes in for his pit stop. And under green flag conditions, that'll drop Bodie back to around about P10. He'll be fighting with Ben Curtis when he comes out. Ben, who has just done a purple lap, so he's clearly got pace as well. And in fact, makes short work of Bodie Mick, comes out pretty well in front of him there. Now his Mercedes teammate is up behind him. Corbin completed his pit stop a while ago now, so Bodie will still be warming up these tyres. Hopefully not holding up Corbin too much as he tries to stay in touch with Ben Curtis. Currently P1 and 2 in the championship. Curtis and Hannah. Robert Wenzel, P3 in the championship, currently last. Momo, P4 in the championship, currently P12. Which means Nick Randell, currently P5 in the championship, gets to take a massive chunk out of the front leaders if he can hold on to this P1. Currently with a penalty at the moment, which will be playing a little bit of a havoc on that, but it's It's only a 3-second, isn't it, for Nick Randall at the moment? So,
Still got to serve his pit stop as well. I think at this
what-
point in time, he's probably going to try and hang it out and put the softs on. I
Probably
don't
best way to
believe
make
he's
that 3
stopped yet.
seconds back.
So,
Right.
yeah, I think at the point he's at, he's got to wait till lap 21 or 22 and just put the soft tyre on and see what he can do in the last 7 or 8 laps. But it's not been a very good race for our championship leaders so far.
No, anything inside the top 6 or 7 is going to put a real chunk into them, and anything in front of Ben Curtis is still going to bite into that gap. But based on those time differences up the top there, when he does pit, he is going to fall back a fairly sizable chunk. What did we say? It was about 27 seconds, the pit delta. So that's, yeah, it's all the way back to P11, P12, something like that.
Bit of a direct train falling behind Deckers. Both Ethan and Dale are within about a second-ish of him.
Yeah, they're not really making any road into Kenneth there in P4. Ethan's getting very close.
Talk about Nick Randall's chances. Ethan Small here, not far away either. His Haas teammate currently P9 in the championship, and both Haas fellas P3 in the Constructors. It's Ferrari 1, Alpine 2. And both of those teams tonight having not ideal nights. Andre McLeod doing nicely up there for the Alpines in P2, but both Ferraris outside the top 7.
Ethan Small's jumping into the pits, assuming he's going to be slapping those medium tyres on. I can't imagine he wants to do 11 laps on the soft tyre. But he could prove me wrong.
Someone is flying along. Someone just picked up the purple lap. I'm not going to name who it was.
Bodie Mick, I'll name him.
He's the only man on the mediums for a long while there. Now that Ethan's put the mediums on, he's no longer alone. But the Haas boys looking to put the foot down.
I think Nick Randall's probably the last driver left to pit.
Zero battery left, so you watch down the end of this back into this braking zone. It doesn't even get 10% in that really heavy braking zone.
Yeah, so it's very, very difficult to gain it back. Michael Gray's still got plenty of battery. But he's been very, very reserved with his battery use so far. He's going to be trying to get on the back of Ben Curtis. Nick Randall is in. Is he going to put the softs on?
Do it.
I think you have to from here. I'd be taking the gamble. He's
No.
not. He's not. He's not confident those softs can last 9 laps.
Wow, interesting. Oh, he's gone purple. I mean, someone just went purple again. He's flying.
Nick Randall's come out in P6 ahead of Ben Curtis and 1.7 seconds in front. Ben will lead into that a little bit during this lap.
Yeah, with the median tyres, he'll have good pace for all 9 laps, but I just thought the softs might be a good way to really put some distance between himself and Ben. Pressure the back of the Williams as well. Get into their DRS zone. And no, the mediums will still have really good pace, so he knows more about it than I do, Nick Randall. Yeah, we've discussed that, Paige. I am kind of surprised we haven't seen more carnage here. It's a tricky track, and as Tom Maloney lightly pointed out when he got in here, it's slippery. So good quality driving from both tiers so far. Reserved, subdued, it may be, but they are all still facing the right way and all going to bank some points. So that's what it's all about.
No name driver past Michael.
Nice. No name. It's got really good pace at the moment. He's flying along. There's a couple of purple laps in a row, a couple of overtakes. Now gets the chance to close up behind Ben Curtis.
Ben's gotten within DRS of Nick. He just drops back outside it. They are chewing into that advantage that Dale Beveridge had over them. So if Nick Rendell can keep those mediums going well, he should be able to get onto the back of P5.
But yeah, no one within a DRS zone. She's really started to space out now. So these drivers, for the last 8 laps, just concentrating on their own race and bringing it home. Andre McLeod is in the best position to do so at the moment. He is, I was going to say 4 seconds up the road. He is 4 seconds up the road from Bevis Lau. And of course, a penalty for Bevis as well means Andre's got this one well under control at the moment.
As Robert Wenzel grabbed the fastest lap of the race from P15, he's slapped the soft tyres on.
Nice
He wants
one, Suma.
those points while he's down there.
He needs all the points he gets, all the points he can get if he wants to stay in touch with Ben Curtis. Mr. Consistency is again inside the top 10, currently P7 at the moment. He's got Nick Randell all over the back of him here though. Nick Randell on those fresh mediums we were talking about before.
Ben Curtis has got No Name behind him as well. So it's starting to spice up a little bit.
Nick Randell has managed to catch Dale Beveridge very quickly. I think when he came out of the pits, the gap was like 4 seconds or so. So unless Dale's made a mistake, Nick Randell is on the move. If he can get past Dale Beveridge with relative ease here, he's going to have to go around the outside. But he's going to get it done. He can go and hunt down Declan now. He won't be happy after putting it on pole position with P4 or P5.
The weather has hung about, it has threatened, but it looks like we are going to stay dry for the remainder of the race. But it's just been thereabouts. It's been imposing. Speaking of imposing, No Name implants himself into P7 there. Says, thank you very much. That's another one done. Doing very nicely for a tidy little points haul, this unknown Mercedes driver.
How old are these cars' tyres?
Fresh.
Okay.
Fresh
Still
boost.
Fresh out of the
boost.
oven.
Not
Michael
in
Gray out
any
there
danger.
has just pitted on 22 lap old hards and slapped on the soft tyre. So that should be everyone now that Michael Gray's pitted. Neil Alexander's in the pits as well, so maybe he wants to throw the softs on and have a shot at the fastest lap.
Try and pinch the purple from Suma, you reckon? Yeah.
You're keeping yourself entertained. He's had a pretty lonely race today.
Had a pretty lonely season, Neil. Unfortunately, he spent most of it driving around in the backfield. Sometimes through absolute no fault of his own.
Most of the time through no fault of his own. Goodness me, he had some shit luck towards the start of the season. But he was on for a good one last week and was in P1 when he binned it himself, so that one's on him. But no, the start of the season, I think he was involved in more than a handful of incidents that he had nothing to do with. Nick Randell slides up the inside of Deckers there.
Can he make up the 3.5 seconds to Kenneth? He does have a 3-second penalty, so even if he does get past Kenneth, I'm not sure he can gap him by 3 seconds in, what have we got, 5 laps remaining? 6 laps remaining?
Every 10th he finds, he is a 10th closer to Ben Curtis in P6 in the championship at the moment, but he won't be after tonight. P6, P5, P5 in the championship. He won't be after tonight. He will move up in the order with this result. With everyone in front of him so far back in the field.
Remember though, that 3-second penalty. Deckers, Dale, Bodie all stay close enough to him. He could only finish one position higher than Ben. So he does still need to get a move on.
Already at a DRS range of Deckers though, so as long as he can keep his foot down and the Williams boys don't work together too well, then he should be okay.
You Williams boys, do you have much to do with the guys in Tier 1 and Tier 2 in the Williams cars?
Not really. We've got a Williams chat, which is nice to sort of share setups and other bits of wisdom and knowledge. But yeah, we sort of operate our own.
Yeah, I just noticed these the other Williams drivers haven't seemed to have had as much luck this season as what you guys have had there in Tier 3.
I will say it is immensely handy to have someone in the TeamSpeak with you that's got the stream open that can tell you what else is going on around the circuit.
Yeah, I can imagine that does come in handy quite a lot.
Shout out to Kovacs Race Control for the assists there.
Does that help play your strategy through the race? Do you change strategy based on what's happening around you, or you try to stick to what you were thinking before the race?
Oh, definitely, especially when safety cars come out, because obviously, you know, there's usually a lot going on. Keeping to the delta can sometimes be really painful. So having someone else sort of say, hey, look, softs might be a good idea here. You know, that's just really helpful in terms of taking one thing off your mind.
Yeah, you're not wrong. There is plenty to focus on.
So Nick Randell has already caught the back of Kenneth, so that 3.5 second gap was nothing, and Kenneth runs very, very deep there. But Nick Randell has towed Deckers all the way along with him, and the rest of the train.
Going on that gap to Bevis, I reckon, unfortunately, Kenneth's made a bit of a boo-boo.
Oh, Neil Alexander's round in Sector 1 as well. Probably pushing for that fastest lap of the race.
Is that gap between Bevis and Andre 1.5 seconds?
It is. Bevis is closing up a little bit.
Oh, no,
Nick.
Nick Randall.
Not my fault this time.
Oh, I was trying to attribute that one to you, but I can't find
Very
a way to do that.
unfortunate. That's very unfortunate, Nick. That puts him back on
Sad
one
Haas noises. Yeah, that really sucks for Nick Randall. He was, as we've already discussed, the points that he was going to pick up in terms of closing the gap to those in front of him, it was going to be really, really handy. But now he finds himself back there in P8. He's behind Ben Curtis. And he's only just got the 3 seconds on Corbin Hanna as well. So that's really sad there for Nick Randall, who was on for a good one after starting from pole. This bloody Mercedes driver is having an absolute cracker of a race. And with only 3 seconds to go, I can't imagine this going poorly at all.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first. It cannot go poorly.
It can't go
It's
wrong.
in concrete.
What happened to whose name, Grid Jokes? Not sure who you're talking about. If it's anything to do with this Mercedes driver, it is because I'm not trying to curse the man. It'll be the same as Avid's when we get to... I can use his... Can I use Avid's? Nah, that's probably cursing him.
I don't think you can.
All right. Well, there's another driver in Tier 1 who is in a Haas, and I won't be using his name either. No, Peach, that's you. You're saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying this Mercedes has had a really good race already, and regardless of what happens from here, we'll be very proud of his efforts.
I didn't know that person was racing in this race today, Peach.
Chat's trying to curse him off the road. I'm not having any of it. Tell you why I want him to do well. Let me read out his points so far this season. 0, 80 at Australia. Had a good race at Australia, but 0, 80, 3, 0, 0, did not start, 0. So there's a lot of DNS, a lot of ducks in there, and I just want the man to get some bloody points on the board here. Another one up the inside of Deckers. Didn't quite manage to finish that one off.
He had a
Deckers
very
defend-
aggressive move off the straight there.
Deckers defending well. Seasoned veteran is Declan Hollingshead. The yellow flags are out. Goodness me, I forgot we had yellow flags. That's poor old Suma back here. Doing
It
donuts
rains,
for
it pours.
the Miami crowd. Yeah, not been his night, has it? At all. Both McLarens struggling as well, and both Ferraris struggling as well. Both Ferraris outside the top 10. They're currently P1 in the constructors, so an off night for the Ferrari drivers. Decker's leaving the door ajar there, and this high-quality Mercedes driver finds his way through and up into P4 now. So a really tidy result on the cards for that unknown Mercedes driver.
Michael Gray's going for the last lap heroics.
Does he get a chance to do that? Yeah, 28. Last
Yeah, he
lap will
does.
be 29, yeah.
He'll get it. Or he'll get a chance to get it
He'll
anyway.
get the chance at it, yep. Got to get those tyres warmed up on that outlap, though.
Softs will get warmed up, no problem at all.
Beverslau, who has managed to negate his 3-second penalty, so that's not going to cost him anything, but he's getting very close to being inside DRS range of Andre McLeod. So if it wasn't for that penalty, he would have been on to be able to fight for the lead on this last lap.
So if you
Andre's
have that penalty, you go.
Andre's look pretty... Oh,
There
God.
he goes.
Cursed.
Well,
Jacob's
done it
up
again.
for
I've
3
done it
tonight.
again.
What are you doing, Jacob? Oh, you are on fire. Absolute cannon hands. Curse monkey. Wand is out. The robe is on. The cauldron's cooking. Jacob's got the curses. Goodness gracious. Looks like he's not going to lose out. Bang. Spins immediately.
Jacob's Curse Emporium here tonight.
He could not write a better script, honestly.
Oh, wow. I think they're all in... Are they all in Tier 2 or is there one in Tier 3?
No, I think I did curse someone in Tier 3 as well. I can't remember who it was.
I thought they were all condensed into this tier.
I've done 3 in this tier.
I think we need to censor the names for you going forward, Jacob.
Boy, oh boy. So he is still 3.5 seconds up the road from Kenneth Ang. And Kenneth is his AlphaTauri teammate, so hopefully they don't battle too hard. But we're on the final lap now. And Dale Beveridge defending from Ben Curtis down the inside. A real nice train of cars has developed here on the last lap, led by Declan Hollingshead. He's got Dale Beveridge, Ben Curtis, Nick Randall, all for company as they filter through the Mickey Mouse chicane in this last sector and on the final lap. But
Shout out
up
to
ahead,
Andre.
he's through the last hairpin. He wiggles his way across the line in celebration. Andre McLeod. Torterra is your winner tonight. Bang. First for the Alpine driver. Beverslau manages to hang on to P2, much to the chagrin of Curse Monkey, Jacob Weatherburn. Kenneth Ang grabs P3. Bodie Mick is my driver of the day, picking up P4. Ethan Small managing to hold off Corbin Hanna there by the very barest of margins. And Momo and Franco here coming across the line together for 11 and 12.
Michael Gray, is this going to be purple lap?
He's got the softs on, yeah. Don't know if they're scrubbed or new, but this was the play. So let's see as he comes across the line. I think he'll be pinching this from Robert Wenzel, I think.
Got
He
it.
does get it. Nice one, Bear Among Men. So P13, not a lot of points on offer for that, but a couple of little bonus ones there for the purple lap. Nice work to Michael Gray. Suma and Mullick have had nights to forget And they will come across the line 14 and 15. But they will still get points. That's what it's all about. Finish and you will succeed. And that's what they've done against all odds. Robert Wenzel and Neil Alexander pick up some points just for finishing. So nice work to them. But the mostest, nicest, workest to Andre McLeod in P1. Torterra is your winner tonight. Bodie Mick is my driver of the day, and apparently he's Codemaster's driver of the day as well. Nice work. Good bloody night to you, Bodie Mick. But Andre McLeod, as already discussed, is the winner tonight. It is his first win of the season and just his second podium. So after not starting last week at the endurance race in Monza, he grabs himself the full 100 bag and will move up a couple of spots. There's not a lot of points between himself and those in front. P8, P9, P10, all separated by 14 points. So he will go above them now and just tag on to the back of the lead field. And with over half a season to go, wouldn't count this man out or posing a late charge, potentially, to Torterra. Joined up there on the stage by both AlphaTauri drivers who had themselves a night. That'll do very nicely for their constructors. Andre McLeod, P1. Bevis Lau, P2. Kenneth Ang, P3. That's your podium. Bodie Mick, Declan Hollingshead, Ben Curtis, Nick Randall, Dale Beveridge, and Ethan Small, as well as Corbin Hanna for the top 10. And then Momo Franco, Michael O, Roberto, and Alexander Rowe at the back of the field. Michael Gray pinching the purple lap there towards the end. Nice work to him. That's tier 2, done and dusted. And now we bid adieu to our lovely and beautiful Alexis Bowen, who has jumped behind the controls tonight. Thank you to her for doing that for us. Now Alexis has to go and get ready for tier 1, so I hope you all wish her the best of luck. Jacob, don't mention her name. Your cursor off the road. We will take a short break now. We've got about 15 minutes until tier 1 gets underway. There may be a new stream that starts up, so if the stream dies, don't go far away. It will still be on YouTube, be in the same place. You'll know where to find us in about 15 minutes from now.
I wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for some
would keep me waiting, I would wait a lifetime. In tricky situations, I will be a lifeline. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for you time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. Ocean in between us, still I feel your heartbeat. There's something about you, baby, that makes me feel complete. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for you time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. And the world is going wild when they call for you. And the river's running dry when it all falls through. Don't you worry about a thing, baby, I got you. You. Yeah, baby, I got you. You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all
We are nearly ready to get cracking now for Tier 1. Not far away from coming to your screens. Fan favourite Gerald Chew's done God work here and come up to Tier 1. And not only is he going to race, I believe he's race host as well. But I want to take your memories back to Australia, where I believe Gerald Chew did the same thing. Came up from Tier 3 to race host for Tier 1. And Jacob Weatherburn, do you recall what happened to Gerald Chew's hardware at that time?
Yeah, I think from memory he had no force feedback or something, didn't he?
He had his steering rotation at 900.
That's right, he did too. Now that you say it, I remember it.
So he couldn't get his steering column in order, and he ended up bending it on the straight and DNFing, but he had so many track cuts leading up to that simply because he couldn't turn the bloody wheel. So hopefully no repeat of that tonight for fan favourite Gerald Chew. As I said, jumping up here from Tier 3. Looks like we're going to have a handful of drivers coming up for a second crack at victory here in Miami.
And it looks like we have a full grid of 20 drivers, which is absolutely fantastic to see.
Yep, all the big names in Tier 1 here tonight. Jaden Chia, Zekai Chu, Zachary Smith are the top three. They're up there, and they will be posting laps out here in qualifying. So high 27s were in order for Tier 2. What sort of times can we see here in Tier 1?
Well, we saw, what, a 27.7 from Tier 2, so I'm expecting, I don't know, somewhere around a 27.3, 27.2 maybe?
Oh, getting down towards the 26s there. Are we potentially going to see a very high 26 from, let's be honest, Zachary Smith or Zekai Chu?
I did consider saying it, but I didn't know if that would be a slight stretch too far or not.
Zachary Smith warming up the tyres there. He'll just put it in the wall. Goodness me, that looked close.
I think that's enough mentions of names from you, Jacob.
Yeah, Curse Weatherburn.
I'm not sure I should talk about anyone this race. I might just talk about tyres and weather. That's about it.
You did your very best work trying to end that Tier 2 race as early as you could by bidding everyone off the road. Oh, dear. There'll be a handful of drivers who aren't qualifying because they are fill-ins from another tier. So Andre McLeod, obviously a winner of Tier 2. We just watched him come around and claim the checkered flag. Gerald Chew is from Tier 3. He won't be qualifying either. And there's a few more out there, I believe, who won't be posting times due to them filling in. Bevis Lau is out there as well. He's not going to be posting a qualifying time.
So I believe we have a new reserve driver in the field tonight, Dakota Chapman. This happened to be their first race.
It's a very new name to me. So Mitch Weatherburn's newest teammate. Yeah, well spotted.
Yeah, they're on the reserve list for Tier 1, but I don't recall seeing them race before. So we may have a debutant here tonight.
Well, the very best of luck to you, Dakota Chapman. You will go through probably 2 laps before killing it because Jacob brought you straight into the frame. So now that the spotlight's on you.
Imagine if they binned it in quali.
There'd be pitchforks at your front door, I think.
I think you've cursed yourself out. I think you've done very well. You've got a couple in Tier 3 and then a handful in Tier 2. It's been a very good night from you. But that'll just about do it.
3 off.
That's a banker, by the way.
We are seeing 26s for sure.
Yeah. We say that every week, but I reckon the Tier 1 guys, they know their limits and they find their really strong pace really quickly. So I don't know how many more tenths are in that lap from Zachary Smith. That's an excellent start. Luke Bannister as well with a really nice bank lap of 27.4. Jordan Wong inserts himself as Zekai. Yeah, nice.
All right, we're seeing 26s. They're going 26s for sure.
Oh, Dono, I'm going to play the devil's advocate here. I reckon it's going to be a very low 27 on pole because the 2 Zs not separated by much. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. Look, I'm here for it. Don't get me wrong. I'm here for the 26s, but I reckon these Tier 1 boys are on the pace straight away, and we'll see maybe a 10th shaved off of that up the top.
I reckon to be a 27.000. I'm going specific.
Impulse saying in chat, I would say a 27.0.
As I said, don't get me wrong. I'm all here for the 26. I'd love to see it. Alex Bowen, another driver who's been right up the top of the field in qualifying a couple of times this season. Had a few unfortunate incidences during the races, but hopefully looking to replicate her Alpine teammates' performance from the last race and stick it up there on the top step at the end of this one. Just starting her qualifying lap now is Alex Bowen.
Great line through those corners, kept it tight on everyone, so no time lost in as it flows through. Right on the apex, good exit, nice.
Yeah, very smooth first sector. Very tight. Very nice work on the broadcast cameras too, by the way. Joining us for Tier 3 and Tier 2 and giving you all of the best scenes. Did very nicely to fill in on such short notice, so thank you to Alex for that. Up through Mickey Mouse for the first time in earnest. And then under the freeway and on the gas as quickly as possible. DRS open as we head past this little gate on the side of the road there, I guess it could be called, or a freeway ramp. It's pretty solid through the middle and last sectors too, so it should be a very nice lap from Alex Bowen. Let's see where it puts her. It is P4 with a 27.436, so right up there, that's for sure. Under 2/10 to Zico Chu on pole.
Look at the gap from P2 to P6.
It's bloody close. We're seeing some great banking laps from these drivers. As JC said before, they get on the pace very, very quickly.
Took us a while to get into the 27s in Tier 2. We were wondering whether we were even going to see them. The top 10 all within the 27s on their banker laps here in Tier 1. So not usually that big a difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 in terms of the top 10 and their pace, but just setting themselves apart here tonight. The Tier 1, ladies and gentlemen, as they put out some stonking qualifying laps.
Definitely a track that rewards talent just because it's such low grip.
I've just noticed your man Avids is not racing tonight.
I noticed that early too, Jared Ellis, so I can give his name out really early on and be safe in the knowledge that I won't be binning him tonight. Not sure where he is, whether he's been predisposed by in real life proceedings, but he is marked out on the attendance sheet, so it was known prior to tonight that he wouldn't be participating. He was in chat earlier on actually during Tier 3, and I told him that I'm not speaking to him. And I haven't heard from him since, so I don't know whether he knew that I was trying not to curse him. Yeah, I feel bad. I might have to go and flick him a DM and see how it's going.
Barnaby got very close to that inside wall there. He's right on the limit. Oh, and there I go.
Curse number 5 from Jacob Weatherburn. The man is on fire. He cannot get he can't get more than 2 sentences out at the moment without cursing someone.
I think I need to have the night off. I think I need to
What is going on?
It's getting ridiculous now. I try to G up someone and they just spin every single time.
Curse Weatherburn at it again. Jaden Chair across the line and a 27.9. That's not too fine.
Muhammad is the last of our drivers run. Oh, for God's sake.
Jacob, what?
We're in the 26s!
It's just unbelievable.
Oh my God. What is happening? Yes, we are into the 26s. Well said, Tom Maloney. Please continue to commentate cleanly. Zachary Smith with the 26.955 with 8 minutes to go. That is cracking pace.
Look, I got that right at least. He saw the 26.
I think some brown bags of cash might be sent around from you, Mr. Weatherburn.
He's going to get a few knocks on the door midweek. The pitchforks, as you said, they'll be out. They'll be out.
Look, if anyone's in the championship hunt and needs some people to spin, just give me their names. I'll happily call them.
If you monetize that, you're a criminal.
Kyle Jackson, he is normally up the pointy end, so he'll definitely be looking to improve on his 27.7, currently in P8.
Yeah, currently P4 in the championship. Kyle Jackson, right in amongst it. 2 points clear of Rafley Fidelia in P5. He's 3 points clear of Jordan Wong in P6, so they're really tightly compacted there. And P3 all the way down to P8, separated by no more than 40 points.
Kai's gone for the 27.024.
You can't separate the two Zs this season, though. They are tied on points coming into round 8. Zachary Smith and Zekai Chu on 490 apiece. And again tonight, no more than 2/10 away from each other at the top of the field, where they so often are.
Daniel Lambert, 27.003. Dakota Chapman
as well.
26s.
Hello, Dakota.
On debut in Tier 1, has knocked out only the second 26 we've seen this evening.
So clearly knows their way around a Formula One car, Dakota Chapman.
How many 26s are we going to see?
Well, Kyle Jackson just improved his banker by half a second, so I reckon he's got another 10th or 2 in him. So there's another one I'll add to the list. Let's just see what Mitch Weatherburn does as he comes into the pit lane. He's probably not going to improve taking that line.
Is that a curse? Or?
I'll say 4. I reckon there'll be 4 26s, sorry, one of which will be Kyle Jackson.
I reckon this man, Luke Bannister, has a 26 in him.
Not on that particular lap, which is a 27.442, but correct me if I'm wrong, but he's only used 10% battery to... I don't know if he improved. I'm pretty sure he improved. Maybe I pretended like he improved, and this is definitely a hot lap. He's looking really sharp through the first sector here. And the battery being deployed in earnest now, so... Oh, bang!
Whoa.
Little kiss on the wall there.
It's up by half a tenth too. That will ruin this lap.
5 minutes to go. Still got time to drop into the pits and slap some fresh boots on and have one more crack at it. Luke Bannister. But his teammate 6 thousandths in front of him. So both the Alpines glued at the hip there on the board, 7 and 8.
Still not even a tenth down on his lap though, so that touch on the walls only cost him a tenth. Gets a good run out of this last corner, he could still improve.
He must not say names. That's very good from you, Darbos.
I held my breath as Luke went through the last corner then.
We're not even through qualifying yet. We've got a long way to go. I'm going to get you to call the race start, by the way. Alexis Bowen called us through Tier 3 nice and cleanly. I had a crack at Tier 2. I reckon old Curse Mcnulty is on for the Tier 1 start. 6
DNFs and a safety car, you got it.
That might be what causes the first safety car of the evening.
Yeah, well, it's been very clean tonight. Hardly a yellow flag, let alone any safety cars. A couple of DNFs sprinkled about, not too many. Has been very clean.
Jordan Wong.
Himself there in a P2 with a 26.9. So 3 drivers in the 26.9s. Zachary Smith is 4/10 up.
Daniel Lambert just outside the 26.9s too, so close up the top there.
Zachary Smith is on for a 26.5 here. It's 4/10 up coming into the last corner. And he invalidated.
Sag, 3 minutes to go. There is still time for him. But
Mohamed Irfan's still yet to set a time.
hasn't raced the last couple of weeks. Mohamed Irfan missed out on Italy and Zandvoort, our last 2 races. So good to see him back on the grid tonight.
Looks like Alex Bowen's going for a lap. She's a bit out of sync with everyone, probably just getting her breath back after an excellent effort casting for us.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see her drop into the 26s as well. So I know I said 4, but we're pretty close to that 4 already. I think Kyle Jackson gets in there. And Alexis here is another one who, on her day, is well and truly capable of a pole lap in Tier 1.
Don't know how that didn't invalidate, but we keep going.
It's slightly up on a lap, just under a 10, but it was very, very wide with that left-hander. That would have cost us some time.
No, you gain out there.
Do you really?
Yeah, because you can really open up that corner onto the straight.
Get on the throttle earlier. Would be interesting to see what the second do.
Jacob started torquing. Alex went towards the wall.
I'm going to shut up for the rest of this lap.
That's her lap done, mate. That's her, damage is already done. Don't worry about that. She's not improving now.
No, she hasn't got time to come back and do another one.
And with only a minute and 30 to go, that will be it. So Alexis Bowen stuck with a 27.4. Jacob Weatherburn claims another victim. Alex maybe thinks there's just a slight improvement in here. No, just misses out. So Curse Weatherburn costs her about 3/10 there, and she misses out on any chance to improve.
Caleb van der Eyden's been another great driver in Tier 1 this season. Very, very consistent.
The McLaren garage just started shivering. No, but you're dead right. Caleb's one of those very consistent drivers for me. Hasn't had an epic season in terms of results, but has turned up to every single race and put points on the board. No DNFs and no DNS. So even without any race wins, Caleb finds himself in P7 at the moment and really only 30 points behind P3. So one good result sends Caleb shooting up the order to tuck in behind the 2Zs, who have separated themselves from the rest of the field a little bit.
Zekai Chu with a 26.992, Jordan Wong with a 9.93, and Dakota with a 9.97.
Wow.
So
This is the content, boys.
That's unreal how close it is.
4 drivers in the 26 or in the 26.9s.
Peter Chapman here,
Straight in.
halfway through the lap.
He's up.
Not going to take much of an improvement to jump up to P2.
Interesting, Dakota's using a slightly higher wing setup than the other guys, so probably a bit more of a quality setup.
Oh, getting a little bit messy out there too, so has given up on the lap,
Bailed out.
Dakota. Looked nice through the first and second sectors, but then through Mickey Mouse there, just got it wrong on a few of the apexes and ended up pulling out. So P4, Zachary Smith approves again. Daniel Lambert, unfortunately, bending it there on the last corner. I'm not sure if that was an in-lap potentially for Daniel, but that is, what the hell is that from Zachary Smith? It was so close up the top until Zachary Smith said, no, here's half a second gap. 26.525. That is disgusting from Zachary Smith.
It is
Impulse
Motec.
said in chat, Impulse did say in chat, if Smithy gets a 26.5, he's coming back, so it looks like he's coming back.
Luke Bannister improves, finds 2/10. Not sure that moved him up any positions. Might have just snuck in front of Alex. But hey, bingo, by the way. Alexis Bowen, Mitch Weatherburn, both with 27.436s. And I tell you what, Zekai Chu and Jordan Wong only a 1,000th there as well. We nearly had a double bingo for the identical times in qualifying. But that looks to be just about it. Everyone with a checkered flag or in the pit lane. So Zachary Smith with an absolute banger of a lap. 26.525. He's half a second up the road from Zekai Chu. So if that doesn't stake a claim for a race victory, what the hell will? But it is the two Zs at the top once again. Not for the first time this season and not for the last. They are 1 and 2. Jordan Wong up there in P3. We'll be very happy with that. Dakota Chapman on debut in P4. Daniel Lambert, Kyle Jackson, Jaden Cheer, Luke Bannister, Alexis Bowen, and Mitch Weatherburn are the top 10. No more than a second gap all the way down to Grid Jokes in P12. And then, of course, your reserves there at the back of the field, not posting laps, but coming in to fill us up for Tier 1. Which, based on the pace we saw there and how close the field is, may be a little bit more spicy than what we saw in Tier 3 and Tier 2. And, of course, we haven't got a weather report yet. So, mostly dry. I say mostly dry. It was 100% dry in qualifying. Let's just see what the cloud cover's having a look here as we head to the track. It looks less dangerous than Tier 2 did when they kicked off. They were grey and ominous, and we thought, ooh, could be, but no. Not here in Tier 1. 100% dry, which I like to see. Get your elbows out, Tier 1. Let's go.
Yeah, you can race side by side a lot better when you're not too focused on what the weather's doing.
So as I said, Zachary Smith and Zekai Chu locked on 490 points apiece. That is as close as it gets for the battle for P1. Jaden Chia, Kyle Jackson, Rafley Fidelia, Jordan Wong, Caleb van der Reyden, and Mitch Weatherburn, all within 43 points of each other. From P3 all the way down to P8, they are not separated by very much either.
It's close. It's close in Tier 1, which is exactly what you want to see. The two Zs have run away with it, but they are keeping touch with each other.
Tell you what's pretty close in the constructors as well. Aston Martin leading the way. Zachary Smith leading them. And Jaden Chia, a very good deputy. But Mercedes not too far behind. It's only 100 points the gap. And of course, in the constructors, up to 175 points, maybe 200 points on offer. The most any team has picked up is 172. And that was by Aston Martin round 2 at Australia. So any week can include a massive bag of points for any constructor. So really close at the top between Aston Martin and Mercedes as well. Their spearheads are 1 and 2 in the drivers, and they are 1 and 2 in the constructors. So you love to see it.
Tier 1 taking their time to sort out their strategies and get themselves locked in and prepared for this one.
Zekai Chu's got a supporter in chat saying you're not allowed to call anyone other than first name, last name.
Look, I think at this point in the night, that's more than fair.
Call the race start. Good luck calling everyone first name, last name as you get the race start going underway.
Spread the curses evenly. If you're going to curse, you've got to curse everyone.
I'm just praying that they get through turn 1. As we are on the countdown.
Dry weather. Round 8. Miami, 50%. 1 mandatory and 1 curse-friendly Weatherburn. Formation lap gets underway.
Look at all those hard tyres. There's only, what, 5 drivers out of the 20 that have decided to start on the mediums.
Zachary Smith is one of those. Interesting that he's gone with the mediums as a start, so that'll give him an extra little bit of pace off the line and through that first couple of laps.
Everyone else wants that hard to soft strat. I really did not expect to see so many drivers starting on the hard tyre. As we get them all lined up, get ourselves ready to go. The last few cars park themselves in their grid boxes. And we're ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Again, been held for a very long time, and we are away. Looks like a great clean start by everyone so far. Going 3, 4 wide at the back, 3 wide at the front. Jordan Wong gets sandwiched between Zikai Chu and Zachary Smith, but it looks like everybody's gotten through cleanly. Dakota Chapman's jumped up a position into P3. Looks like everyone's through. Single file already. Very good stuff from Tier 1. Alexis Bowen's lost a few positions there, all the way down to P11 already. Daniel Lambert right on the back of Kyle Jackson here. But that was a fantastic start by everyone. There were 2, 3, and I think even 4 wide there into turn 1.
Half the teams had their fingernails bitten clean off before we even got to the race start, but you managed to call it through safely, Jacob, so nice work. It was a really good start off the line from Zachary Smith down in turn 1. Zikai Chu has had a poor start and has dropped back through the field a little bit on those hard tyres. Kyle Jackson, another on the mediums, who had a good start and looked like he was going to get another move done on Dakota, but just had to back out of that, but slots himself in a P4 nicely. But it is Zachary Smith who's already pulled a second and a squiggle to Jordan Wong. So outside of DRS already. Back here, Caleb van der Reyden having a little look up the inside of Muhammad Afan. Gets that one done cleanly as they come around the final hairpin onto the home straight and completing lap 1, Zachary Smith from Jordan Wong.
Zikai Chu's had not a fantastic start. P2 all the way down to P5 already. Now being harassed by his Mercedes teammate. Bevis Lau's already in the pits and putting the soft tyre on.
Caleb's struggling here. Caleb was going backwards through the first sector and has now just allowed Muhammad Afan to walk past and is now being pressured by his teammate. Caleb's gone backwards through the field, so not sure what's happened to Caleb van der Reyden, whether perhaps a bit of a disconnect and the AI took over, or I was going to say it looked like he lost petrol, but that's obviously not the case 2 laps in. So hopefully Caleb managed to recover whatever issues he's facing there.
A bit like the S's at Suzuka. If you miss one of those apexes, you're ruined for the rest of the first sector entirely. So
We've got Gerald Chu around in sector 1. He has just come out of the pit lane. These front guys all still running very, very cleanly, although Zachary Smith has pulled out 2 seconds over Jordan Wong already. So the advantage of that medium tyre coming into play here.
Nice, as Alexis Bowen gets a nice sweeping move done up the inside there. That all kicked off back at the start of the straight when Alex got a really nice run up the back of Jerry Can here. And looked like was going to get in the back of Jerry. Managed to get out of the slipstream and complete the move up into the last corner. So nice one there from Alexis, who gets up in a P10.
nice little train all the way from second down to P13.
Yes, Get DRS enabled on this lap. Hopefully we'll start to see some moves happening. It's been very single file so far.
Yeah, it just feels like a bit of a single file track. I don't know. We've had a couple of tiers come through here now. And we obviously had the in real life race here a month and a half, 2 months ago. And it just doesn't feel like the kind of track where there's all sorts of side-by-side happening. There's obviously... Whoa! Goodness me!
At a moment there.
So we're going to get a bit of side-by-side here as Luke Bannister and Daniel Lambert continue to sort out who's going to finish out a P6 here.
Safety car. Mohammed Irfan has
There you go.
DNF.
The first one of the night.
First one that's taken all the way to Tier 1 to get a safety car.
Bevis Lau, his Red Bull teammate, is going to come up on the scene here. What happened to Mohammed Irfan? I think Mohammed's already been cleared from the track.
Yeah, I
Isn't
think
on the track map.
through Mickey Mouse here. And probably
is
on the right-hand side.
Just a VSC too, well spotted by Diabols. The boards on the side of the track there letting us know that's only a VSC and it's gone. Blink of an eye, it's done. So no time for a pit stop there.
Gordon's gained about 0.8 of a second on Zach.
Wana Feek, unfortunately, dropping into the pits there, thinking that might be a good opportunity to get off those 3-lap old hards and go on to the mediums. So, not sure that's the right call there for Wana Feek. But as you said, Jordan Wong had a really nice restart under VSC. And Tom Maloney rightly pointing out that he's only 1.2 seconds away from Zachary Smith. Andre McLeod here and Momo doing battle. In fact, Bevis Lau is in P16. So a big group of tier 2 drivers here. Wana Feek has just come out of the pits. As Caleb van der Eyden sneaks on by.
Yeah, both on fresh mediums now. They will have to make another stop. But Zachary Smith has managed to pull a few tenths on Jordan Wong this lap. Starting to build that lead back out now. Cody Chapman's going to get right under the rear wing. Not going to get close enough for a move into the hairpin. But may look to line it up down the straight.
Oh, deep on the brakes. That's ruined any chance up into turn 1.
He's going to leave Kyle Jackson wanting to have a sniff, but he's 4 tenths back.
Coda's using a pretty high wing setup, but just by the way, she just could not gain any time, even with DRS.
Is that really going to help much around here? Maybe in sectors 1, run that higher wing?
Yeah, that's... Whoa!
Oh,
Hold on to that.
nice catch, Grid Jokes.
Tell you what, Jerry did very well to avoid that one.
Yeah. Yeah, got very close there. As Grid Jokes made that small error. Ryan Tan, your Tier 2 half-season champion. Up here in P12 behind his Haas teammate, Kyle Jackson on the medium tyre. This has been looking likely for a couple of laps now. Gets that one done via the DRS off the back straight. So up into P3, Kyle Jackson. Dakota tucks into P4.
Tom was right, Dakota does look very vulnerable down those DRS straights. Running that higher wing. With a lovely flash and red fuel tank already. Surely that's not a visual bug. Have they underfueled the car by that much? Or do we have a visual glitch now?
Interesting. Well spotted by you. Attention to detail. That red fuel light is indeed popping in and out of vision for Dakota. So obviously teetering right on the edge of the fuel limit. Back here, Jerry Can trying to get one done on Brian Tan. Brian just following along in the footsteps of his Haas teammate at the moment as they hang on to P10 and 11 respectively.
Like the Jokes was very wide through that right-hander there. And Brian Tan will be looking to line up a move on his teammate down this DRS straight. We have, is that Alexis Bowen around?
Oh, please don't be
Sector
Alex.
1, it is.
Oh, no. Has done so much good work tonight. Got behind her Alpine teammates. It's been a good night for Alpine so far. Torterra winning Tier 2 and Ben Curtis having a very good result as well, but it's come unstuck there for Alexis Bowen.
Go with 3 seconds already.
It's a very early on for one of those. All this weaving down the straight to try and stay in the slipstream with the car in front. They're all lined up behind Jordan Long. He's got a big train of cars behind him.
Ryan Tan moves past his Haas teammate. Oh, Alex Bowen. Once those tyres go, they are gone. Looks like there's some wing missing there too now from Alex, so that'll be a trip to the pit lane. But once those tyres are cooked, they are proper gone. Oh, God, that is big contact there between Grid Jokes and Jerry Can down into turn 1. And they're still giving each other the elbow here through the first sector. So the stewards will have to sort out what happens there. But right now, they're not waiting for the stewards. They're just going to sort it out on track. Jerry Can gets through for now.
It almost looked like Jerry
Oh,
Can.
no, Brian Tan facing backwards. He's had a little bit. Oh, there's been a huge collision. Torterra's come around and absolutely murdered him at the fake marina. And that is 2 dead individuals, Andre McLeod and Brian Tan. Condolences and flowers to their families. They are dead. That'll be a safety car for sure. There is car and bits and pieces everywhere. So at lap 7, that's an interesting point for the medium runners, who will probably take this opportunity, you would suggest, to get off them, get onto the hards. The hards will go 22 laps. We've seen a couple of drivers already tonight in Tier 3 and Tier 2 make those tyres last. So really opportune timing here for our race leader, Zachary Smith, to come in and get those medians off. Kyle Jackson as well in a really good position. You would expect him to drop into the pit lane as well and get those hards on. Mitch
Curtis stays out, and so does Jordan.
Yeah, they're on the hard tyres, so they don't want to get on the mediums here with 22 laps to go. They'd be really, really asking a lot of those mediums.
Nah, go medium soft.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know. If you're on that hard tyre, I think you're forced to stay out.
Commit.
Just commit, just do it. Hey, race winner. Can't argue with that.
Oh, it's a free pit stop here for those guys that started on the mediums.
Put Zach behind Luke Bannister. So hopefully, you know, he doesn't get stuck there, or at least from his perspective.
Eyeballs is the Alpine teammate of Alexis Bowen. And Alex just popping into the pits here. Ben saying there's potentially a chance that Alex retires here, and indeed, she has DNF'd here in the pit lane, so just having some issues with hardware or other technical issues, Alex Bowen, so has said enough is enough for tonight. The Alpine garage puts a new wing on and then backs her into the shed. I swear she got back. Did you see that?
It looked like it. Yes.
What? I've never seen that. I expected her to come out and do this first sector, and the AI obviously pulls her over here at the wall, and then that's when the car disappears from the track map.
I have seen it where the car will just go and just do laps at safety car pace and just cause yellow flags all over the place.
Oh, no. No, we don't want that, Alex. No, go and rest your pretty head. Fair enough. No, fair enough. You go and put the kettle on and rest yourself. You've done God's work bringing us Tier 3 and Tier 2 action tonight. Everyone very appreciative of your work tonight, so you get a free pass. You go and put the kettle on. You go and rest yourself. What's happened? No good. Much love to you, Alex Bowen. But back to the Tier 1 action. It feels like a bit of a break in proceedings. We get a chance to just sort of have a look through the field and recover ourselves a little bit. First safety car of the evening in any of the 3 tiers.
It's a bit weird. We've had no DNFs through any tiers or anything. Like you said, it's kind of a bit of a lull at the moment because the first 2 races went clean all the way through. But we can compose ourselves And we get another race start to call.
Jordan Wong at the front of the field, leading Dakota Chapman, Daniel Lambert, and Luke Bannister. They are your top 4. They are yet to pit off of their hard tyres, which are still only 8 laps old, so they've got plenty of tyre life in them. But Zachary Smith could not be in a better position, having already completed his mandatory. He is now on the hard tyre at an ideal point in this race, and he's got 3 drivers who are yet to pit between himself and the next closest competitor, which is Kyle Jackson. Zikai Chu and Jaden Chia have jumped onto the medium tyres with 20 laps to go, so whilst they will be really good for pace over the next 10 to 15, they will drop off towards the end.
Yeah, if we get another safety car though mid-race, it's going to throw all this out the window anyway.
Safety car in this lap, so Jordan Wong takes over control. They'll be told to stop weaving about just before the final corner, so everyone can sort of settle into a line.
This one's yours, Tom. It's yours.
Probably go just on the acceleration zone out of here. Has he given the safety car enough room? Yes, he has. And he's gone. No, he hasn't. Yep, gone. Go. Dakota's missed it a little bit. And Daniel Lambert's right on the tail of Dakota. So, are we side by side behind? Yes, we are. Zachary Smith up the inside of Luke Bannister. Nicely done. Good restart.
Yeah, Dakota got caught napping there. It's already dropped a second. But Zachary Smith has already made that move on Luke. Jerry Can, we got a yellow flag back there. Looks like Wana Feek is around.
Yep, safety car restarts and someone's spinning. It always happens in this game. You've got to be really careful on those tyres on the safety car restart. Manages to get someone every time. It's the first safety car we've had tonight, and sure enough, someone spins. Really prevalent in this game. This is Momo having a crackdown on Zikai Chu. No, doesn't get that done. In fact, really hurts his run through this sort of stadium section here, which gets Kyle Jackson a chance to have a look around the outside. Didn't quite find the space to get it done, but it looked likely. And in fact, Kyle on those fresh mediums fresh hards now, is looking really dangerous behind Momo. Mitch Weatherburn tagging on the back here too, hoping he doesn't fall too far behind Kyle Jackson as they're on the same strategy.
Wana Feek's DNF'd.
Wana Feek's
We have another safety car. The safety car is out.
That's in Mickey Mouse for Wana Feek, so he's obviously got that complex wrong after spinning up his tyres and has indeed DNF'd.
So we didn't even get one lap done there on the restart. So everyone that's still on the hard tyres is now pitting.
Except Jordan Wong again.
Oh, he knows something.
Did he miss the pit entry? Because it was very close to when they were coming around. And I think Dakota just snuck in.
So that's interesting, because everyone that went onto the mediums, I'm not even sure they're going to get to lap 29. And if they do, there won't be much rubber left on them.
What's up, nerds? My man Jared Ellis, hello. He's in chat. Tell us, why aren't you racing tonight? I made it a very strong point to not speak to you all week so that I didn't curse you off the road tonight. And it worked for my man Bodie Mick, who had a really good result in Tier 2. Didn't speak to him all week. Didn't call him by name in the race. Bang, P4. Was going to give you the same treatment tonight, Jared Ellis. But you're not on track, so tell us, what is it, a family deal? He's in the Gold Coast. Whoa, hello. Jealous. I've got my jealous pants on now. What are you doing up there? Is it nice weather? I don't know if it's the time of year for the Gold Coast for me. It'd probably have to be a little bit warmer.
Better than the weather we had in Melbourne today. Far
Yeah,
out.
it was garbage, wasn't it?
Did you get hail?
No, I didn't get any hail, but just really heavy sideways rain every now and then. And I just want 2 or 3 dry days in a row so I can mow my lawns.
Mow the lawns, do the washing, all that boring stuff.
Oh, is it actually hot up there? All right. No, I'm super jealous now. I'm all about the heat. Give me 42-degree days. That's me.
Get out.
Nah, I love the heat.
Give me the snow any day of the week.
Pretty sure Ben Curtis just regurgitated somewhere. He hates the heat. He doesn't like anything over 24, Ben Curtis.
Yeah, 35's about my limit.
Give me the snow if there's a wood fire.
Nah, just give me a snowboard.
Oh, you're a snow person. Okay,
Oh,
that
I
makes
am.
sense.
No, that's totally fair. Honestly, I like the snow as well, so maybe I just like extremes. So I'm just not a huge fan of placid, boring weather that doesn't really test you, I guess.
How do you feel about humidity?
No, I don't like humidity. That can get in the bin. Because you can't escape from humidity. It seeps in everywhere. It just makes it... I like 42 degrees when it's no humid. It's like really dry, banging down on your burning skin and scolding you when you get in the car and put the seatbelt on type of thing.
Yeah, well, a couple of summers ago it hit 47 where I am. So
Christ.
maybe you should come and just sit in that for a little bit.
I'd give it a little go. I'd probably retreat to the shade at some point. Looks like it's a beautiful day here in Miami. Another location that is renowned for its beautiful weather. Look at that. That is picturesque. As it overlooks what I think is a football stadium here. The Dolphins play in here.
The Hard
somewhere.
Rock Stadium.
Is that the Miami Dolphins? Did I get that one right?
I had no idea.
Okay. No, I don't know either.
I couldn't give a rat's about American culture.
I like the NBA, but the footy. I don't understand gridiron for the life of me. I've tried my hardest to sit down and watch that. I just can't get it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Follow the NBA, but that's about it.
If you want a slow sport, Test cricket's where it's at.
I love Test cricket. That's proper sport. That is a test over 5 days. That's a proper sport. Good stuff. That and golf. I'm all about that. Baseball I like. I've been getting into baseball, actually. That's an American sport.
Safety cars in.
Yeah, the Dolphins. Let's go, the Dolphins. Let's go, Jordan Wong. Let's go on the restart here. Zachary Smith, if he wasn't already on the ideal strategy, has now found himself in P2 after we had one lap of running, not even one lap basically, of running after the safety car. So you see the Mercedes is pulled in. Zachary Smith is well behind Jordan Wong here. In fact, that 1.5 seconds turned under a second pretty quickly as well. So I'm not sure what the deal was there. But anyway, down into turn one, it's going to be Mitch Weatherburn and Kyle Jackson, Dakota Chapman up the inside here, Bevis Lau. There's a couple of little 2x2s through turn one, so a good restart for a few drivers. Luke Bannister watching Bevis Lau and Dakota Chapman go at it here. And in fact, sneaking through himself, Luke Bannister on Bevis Lau. So nice one. Oh, thought he was going to stick the nose up on Dakota there. Didn't. Nice. Tucked it in behind. Good driving from Luke Bannister. Luke and Dakota, the only drivers with penalties at the moment, so they need to start gapping the field if they want to clear those. Danny Wong, Jerry Cannon, Daniel Lambert back here in a bit of a train as well as they come up the back straight. I'm calling it a back straight, even though it's a very squiggly line, but because it's DRS, I'm calling it a straight. We play on. Daniel Lambert up the inside of Jerry Cann, as well as Danny Wong up the inside of Bevis Lau. So a couple of 2x2s happening here. That's not a place to go 3x3 through the stadium, but they're still managing it. Look at them go. How on earth did they get through there cleanly? That is Tier 1's elbows out race pace for you. They love to get sideways, and they did it nicely there. No collisions, no yellow flags. Excellent racing.
Zachary Smith's made up that second on Jordan Wong. Be interested to see if he can actually get past how weak those hard tyres for Jordan are.
Momo did nicely there at the back straight. No DRS assistance required as he tucked in behind Bevis Lau. So Bevis Lau fell back a handful of positions on the safety car restart. But crucially, no one spun. So they all kept it facing the right way after the safety car restart, which is a really, really good effort. Shouldn't be that hard, but apparently it is. So they've done nicely, Tier 1, to get it going underway cleanly. Caleb van der Reyden here behind Jaden Chia and Mitch Weatherburn. Trying to defend from Dakota Chapman behind as well, who's within that half a second gap. So everyone's still condensed after the safety car restart. DRS will be available on the next lap.
Jordan Wong Zones had that 1 second advantage eaten away in the course of a lap. Zachary Smith's already up to just 3/10 behind. He'll be looking to get a move done on Jordan Wong as soon as he can grab the DRS next lap.
Zekai is getting interested on this as well.
What, he's going to put the pressure on.
Those
Does
fresh
Zekai wanna
mediums will be fun.
Does Zekai want to sit behind Zachary here for as long as possible, or does he want to get in front of Zachary and use this tyre advantage?
I think he's got to use the tyre advantage. He's got to try to anyway. You know Zachary Smith is going to go to the end. Where is... Oh, Zach has a moment there. Whereas I don't think Zekai Chu can go to the end on these tyres. So if there's no safety car, he's going to lose out big time.
They are 7 laps old already, these mediums. I thought they were only 2 or 3. I thought he'd just done them on the pit stop. So, no, you're right. He will have to pit again.
Yeah, he put him on the first safety car.
Yeah,
so
right.
he will have to stop again.
Yeah, no way those mediums are going. What do we got? 14 to go, 21 laps. Well, they probably could do 21 laps. They're just going to be really bad towards the end. But here we go. DRS wide open down the back snake.
He's going to be forced to go around the outside. He's going to try to. He's going to stick it up the inside there.
Oh, there's not a lot of room left there from Zachary Smith, and it's caused a bit of a pile up there. Zekai Chu facing the wall in the stadium section and having to wait for the entire field.
Safety car!
It's given us a safety car. He had to sit for that long.
So the steward's deciding that he was sitting there stagnant for too long and bringing out a safety car. Is it just a VSC?
No,
No,
it's
full
It is
safety
a full
car.
safety
So
car.
surely Jordan Wong pits this time.
nah, keep going, Jordan. Go to the softs.
Just commit. I like it.
Don't die worrying. Oh, no.
Nah, he's pitted.
Oh.
See, that's silly. Zekai Chu's sitting there doing the right thing, waiting for the field to go past so he doesn't cause any more incidents, and then the game gives you a safety car anyway.
Unfortunately, if you're in last place, you can actually game that. If you stop on track, you can cause a safety car just to catch up that pit stop you might not have wanted to do.
That's ridiculous. But
I mean-
Masters of Code.
I mean, all in all, if you're trying to find the positives, Zekai Chu now catches up to the back of the field after doing the right thing.
Yes.
So gets a little bit of karma, I guess, a little bit of good juju for Zekai.
He's had
Put
to
some
put
nice new
seven-
tyres on.
7-lap-old hards because he's only got the softs left as a fresh tyre. So his hards are just as worn out as Zachary Smith's in first place.
That is huge for the championship battle, though. In a season that has been defined by how close these two drivers have been at every race. This is going to be a massive leap in points if Zachary Smith can hold on to this gap that he's got now to Zekai Chu.
Very hard to see because of the camera angle whether there was enough room left there by Zachary, so I'm not going to comment on it too much, but I dare say it will be something that will be looked at during the week if there is a camera angle that provides us that ability.
Yeah, there will be. Smithy streams, so he'll have one. And then obviously you got the race replays as well. I'm sure the stewards will have a close look at it. Again, I'm the same as you, Jacob. I don't really want to throw the steward's hat on too hard here, but I thought Zekai was pretty ambitious as he didn't get it done around the outside coming off the back straight, but he just left his note. Now, he was up alongside. How far alongside was he? Was he entitled to the corner? And if he was, then as you said, did Zachary leave him enough room?
I do give Smithy the benefit of the doubt.
It will be an interesting one for the stewards on Tuesday night. But yeah, indeed, the drama. Andre McLeod. The most difference there's been between the two was at Spa when Zachary Smith claimed the win there.
Momo has spun under safety car.
What?
The McLaren driver is sitting at pit entry.
He has to. What's he doing?
He's decided to pit. Zekai Chu's back in the pits again. He's putting 8-lap-old mediums back on the car. So he's going for that double pit stop.
Right. Yeah. Well, so we'll see the
Softs on.
Momo on the softs. Okay. Yeah, they'll probably do 12 laps again. They will be screaming by the end, but they'll get there. We probably see the safety car do one more lap now due to these late pit entries. Depends on how long it takes Momo to catch up. He might get there. That means everyone who hasn't done a pit stop, they're all out here doing Essies, just trying to get warmth into these tyres. You see Zachary's been going left and right for 2 or 3 laps now. Just doing everything they can to keep warmth in those tyres. Keep them as close to the window as possible for this safety car restart. Good shout from you, Tom Maloney. Very sharp from you in chat. No hesitation. He has had a night. Our man, Jacob Weatherburn. Tier 2 especially, was just reeling them off.
I think, unfortunately, I ruined 4 or 5 races in Tier 2.
Had them on a queue and was just bringing them off.
Couple of 6-packs on your credit card, I think, Jacob.
I think I owe some people more than a 6-pack, mate. I'm going to have to give a few back massages or something to make up those curses.
Safety car has pulled away yet again. Here we go for the 3rd safety car restart of the evening here in Tier 1. Zachary Smith well prepared for that one. Off into the distance, down into turn 1. A bit of a battle here between Danny Wong and Luke Bannister, which Danny Wong loses out, and in fact Daniel Lambert sneaks on by as well. And now Jerry Can looks like he's going to have a little crack at the grid jokes. Side by side as they come into this tricky little S section through here. Bevis Lau getting interested as well as they continue to go side by side in front.
Sadness.
Bevis Lau all over it there. He could see it happening and unfolded in front of his eyes, and he went around the outside, did very nicely to avoid the carnage there, Bevis Lau. So he finds himself up in P8 after all that. Zekai Chu now trying to find his way back through the field, has to get past Jordan Wong here. It's going to be asked to go around the outside. We just watched this exact move between Zekai Chu and Zachary Smith. This time it works out for Zekai Chu. He's given space and finds his way inside the top 10 yet again. So Momo now in P12 behind Jordan Wong, and we just watched the Zekai Chu dispatch. DRS not open yet, but you would expect Momo to get a move done here before that opens up on these soft tyres once he gets those in the window, which won't be too far away. Softs don't take very long to warm up, per our man Tom Maloney. So 10 laps to go here. It's been a very eventful Tier 1. I hope you stayed up for this one. Tier 3 and Tier 2 got through nice and clean and had a very nice night, giving each other high fives at the end. But Tier 1 got their elbows out here. It's been proper spicy for the first 19 laps. We've got 10 to go. The front of the field has dispersed a little bit after this safety car restart. You see Zachary Smith already has broken DRS to Kyle Jackson, and then almost a second to Mitch Weatherburn, and then a second to Jane Cheese. So those 4 at the front have spread themselves out a little bit.
Interesting how much progress Jordan can make here.
Zekai's on 10-lap old mediums, so they're not going to be too great by the end of the race.
Oh, this high-level camera can get the bin. Can't see anything.
Yeah, that one through the stadium there, it's done that all night. It's got no other angles through there, apparently. So as we head through the stadium, maybe the driver's eye. It's better to keep an eye on things through there, because you're right, Tom, it's been pretty crap. We discussed this last week. Saudi Arabia had a couple of weird ones as well. So overall, it's been pretty good. It's a good-looking track, and the cameras are generally pretty good. But yeah, that one through the stadium there is not it. DRS has been enabled. Daniel Lambert is already out of battery here. Deep into turn 1 there. And then spins out as well. I was going to say, Luke Bannister got absolutely oh, what is happening back here? There's cars everywhere! Oh, God, the cameraman's struggling to keep up with the action as Daniel Lambert has gone around. I swear I saw someone else in the wall up here too. They were all trying to avoid the spinning Mercedes, and I think that caused a few other transgressions and a few people swapped spots. Goodness me, that could have been worse than it was. I thought we were on for another safety car there, but everyone got through pretty cleanly. Daniel Lambert falls to P14. Only Gerald Chu behind, who's currently just come out of the pit lane on his new soft tyres. But there is an absolute gaggle of cars up here, and the Tier 1 boys and girls have gone sideways a couple of times. So, again, I hope you stayed up for this one. It's getting really messy here for the last 9 laps. Let's see how we go.
So from P2 to P5, we're all within DRS of each other now. Unfortunately, Kyle Jackson has lost another second to Zachary Smith. There's a bit of a train forming behind Bevis Lau as well. Mr. Haas gonna have a look around the outside. Probably not gonna get it done there.
More cars facing the wrong way. Bevis Lau is unfortunately there without a nose. That's a bloody good spot to lose your wing though. Just slides across into the pit lane there and gets a new one. But again, that's
Side by side here between Jordan Wong.
That curb there at turn 3 is death.
a bit of Wong on Wong action there between Jordan and Danny as they get side by side through the first sector. And that's invited Zekai Chu up here as well. Hang on, who's that around the outside? Caleb van der Reyden. No, it's Momo. Is it Momo?
Soft tyres. Here we go.
Oh, it is. Look at him go.
It's some battery.
Did not expect to see a McLaren around the outside there. Goodness me, what a move from Momo. He's going to get two done here. He's going to send it down the inside after the DRS straight. Oh, it doesn't quite finish off the second one, but a good little burst of pace here from Momo on his fresh softs.
Zekai Chu's going to have his hands full here, trying to gain some positions.
Aiden Chia right up on the back of Mitch Weatherburn as well.
Oh, a late move to the inside, but decided against it. Momo gets another one done. Jaden Chi is all over the back of Mitch Weatherburn here. He's on the fast and medium tyre. But after 14 laps, I don't know if it'll be much faster. They're both flat out of battery. Cole Jackson in P2 does have a penalty. Mitchell Williams' teammate Dakota looking to get in on this action.
Dakota on slightly fresher mediums here too, so...
Jaden Chia had a little moment coming onto the straight there as well. A little bit of wheel spin.
Did Chaden manage to hang on to DRS? He did, so this is both on mediums, both with DRS open down the back snake. Jaden Chia hangs on to P4 for now, but after challenging Mitch Weatherburn for the last couple of laps for P3, Jaden under a bit of pressure now from Dakota Chapman, having to defend from behind. Speaking of defense, that is Momo defending from Jokes. Danny Wong gets it done for now. And again, a McLaren just appears in the mirrors of Zekai Chu and sneaks on through. Caleb van der Reyden up into P10, follows his McLaren teammate through. And Zekai Chu back to P11 now. Momo not done yet. He's continuing to make moves on these Tier 1 fellas. Not looking out of place here at all is the Momo man. On the superior tyre at the moment, so you would expect the pace to drop off over the next 3 or 4 laps, but he's just making these tyres work at the moment.
He wants another look into turn 1. These guys are just swapping back and forth every DRS zone. And he gets it done too. Oh, runs a little bit wide. They're still side by side. Momo's just going to hang it around the outside.
Oh, Caleb looks pretty quick here, but just hasn't got any way through on the cars in front. as they go side by side and compromise each other's lines.
Okay,
Caleb, no. Oh, and then I think Caleb got a massive whack from potentially grid jokes behind, which made that accident look way worse than it should have been. Not sure what's happened there. Potentially no yellow flags being shown yet, as
Everyone's
Zekai
moving.
wasn't all the way around. Was it Zekai? No, it was Caleb on someone else. Maybe, I'm not sure. Well, that's less of an issue than it could have been. We've got no safety car. But it was probably more of an issue than it should have been. But they carry on. Momo P8 after all that. Jerry Can now P9 is about 4 seconds back from Momo, who's got through all the carnage and then streaked away.
Mitch Weatherburn's just going to hopefully stay within 3 seconds of Kyle Jackson. He's going to drop a handful of positions, Kyle, unless he can start to pull the gap on these guys behind him. I'm seeing again, we're only on lap 24 and pretty much everyone is flat out of battery.
Zekai going for the softs.
He wants the points for the fastest lap now, I can imagine.
Coda's looked really strong here on debut. Mixing it with the top guys in qualifying. And race pace has been solid. Does have a cheeky penalty, but there's a few drivers out there in Tier 1 who are pushing the limits and have those as well. It hasn't been involved in any incidents and has just kept the nose clean. Finds P5 home at the moment, so pretty happy with that for a first outing for Dakota Chapman.
Mitch right up on the back of Kyle now. I think poor Gerald's having a tough old time there.
I did say it's reminiscent of Australia, where he was facing backwards more than he was facing forward. Fan favourite Gerald Chew. Doing a bit of that here. Here's Jaden Chia. This is the battle for P2, essentially. They're all still here trying to track down Mitch Weatherburn, who's managed to sneak through into P2 now. This will be a huge bag of points for the Williams team if they can bring this one home. Currently P7 in the Constructors' Championship, Williams, so they won't be there for too much longer if they can hang on to P2 and P4, potentially even a double podium if Dakota can sneak past Kyle Jackson here. I believe they're both only 3-second penalties for Kyle Jackson and Dakota Chapman, so has to get it done on track. It is indeed 3 seconds for the two of them.
We've got Jaden Chia lurking there in P5 though, looking to take both those positions. Get himself into that third spot on the podium. I'm very impressed with Dakota's pace. Debuting in Tier 1 and looks right at home with these drivers.
Hello. Pig is in chat. Hello to you, sir. Here, looking for his man Smithy. Potentially bringing home another race win here. Dakota Chapman showing the nose down the inside of Kyle Jackson there, but never really looked like that was going to be a send. Just showing and saying hello. I am here.
It's Kyle though.
Yeah, Kyle rammed a bit deep in that hairpin, but managed to still get enough traction down. Kyle looks like he's struggling a little bit. Just doesn't look as confident. Yellow flag in Sector 2. But the Red Bull of Bevis Lau again.
Bevis Lau, yeah. Not long to go here. 3 laps of what has been a pretty exciting Tier 1, it must be said. Purple laps falling now. I'm not sure who that was who got one before Zekai, but we saw those drivers involved in a bit of an accident. Might have been Caleb van der Reyden, who's only half a second up the road from him. They both pitted for soft. So Caleb van der Reyden gets the purple and then instantly pinched from him by Zekai Chu.
Our Momo's 9-lap old softs going.
He's hanging in there with P8.
He's got a nice little gap to Jerry Can too, so you would expect him to hang on to that with 3 laps to go.
Jerry's got a penalty as well, so
So it's been a very good drive from the Momo man.
Coda's having a look at Kyle Jackson here. Gonna get it done this time round. Very well done. Jaden Chi is going to be the next one to line up on Kyle here. Still got a little bit of battery left. Jordan Wong's still got a ton of ERS left, 33%. He should be able to make some moves on these guys. Some slightly fresher tyres as well. Oh! Jaden Chi had a big moment there.
Wow, what a snap that was.
Oversteer there. That ruins his chances of a podium.
Aston Martin fans in chat lament. There goes Jaden Chia's chance of a podium. Was well on for a podium considering the penalties in front. So back through the field goes Jaden Chia. Which means Zachary Smith currently leading the way from Mitch Weatherburn and Dakota Chapman. Gordon Wong now moves up into that coveted P5 position, which we're thinking could potentially be a podium. As the penalties in front shake out, Jordan's just got to hang in there for the last couple of laps and stay within a reasonable gap, which he currently holds. He's right behind Kyle Jackson here, who's trying to get one done past Dakota Chapman. Their penalties being of equal value means this racing is all the more important for these two.
Kyle is on 20 lap old hards though. 17 lap old mediums for Dakota in front of him. Another yellow flag in sector 3. That looks like Caleb Van Der Eyden, or is it? No, Momo.
No,
I think he's got a puncture.
I think it looked like the right rear there may have been a little bit flat.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, that's the worst place. You're gonna do a whole
11
lap.
old hards have punctured. Are
No,
you
softs.
Sorry, softs. Are you kidding me?
Couldn't happen at a worse place.
What?
Punctured right after pit entry. He's going to turn in
Oh,
and had nothing.
that is a capital F in chat. How can tyres not last more than 11 laps? That's a workplace health and safety hazard, surely.
Not even 50 miles.
What? Oh, he's struggling.
Yeah, there's
What
going
if
to
he's
be.
got a
It's too late for a safety car. There's only one lap to go after this one.
Like, I want him to bring it home, but is he going to potentially cause issues here if he can't get around? Here's Gerald Chu, he's P14.
And Lau, fastest lap of the race.
But if the leaders come up to here, the leaders coming around the first bend now, sorry, the last corner now, they're coming through the last corner and across the finish line. And Momo's still there. You can see him on the track map. He's no more than sort of halfway through the first second sector kind of. They're going to come across him on this last lap. This is... Oh, I want the best for Momo, but I also want him to not cause any troubles here for the front lot.
That's such a shame that those softs could not hang on for just 2 more laps.
On the back straight now is Momo. Zachary Smith just coming onto the back straight. This group here behind all battling intensely as well. It looked like Jordan was going to teleport into the back of Kyle Jackson there, but he didn't. They're coming up to the yellow flag now. You can see the yellow flag as they come across Momo's limping carcass. Jordan Wong and Kyle Jackson, there he is there. So they all get through cleanly. Praise the Lord.
Yeah, Momo slowed down on the straight to make sure he didn't hold him up through the stadium section, so very well done to him. This battle is really on here for the podium. Mitch Weatherburn's under all sorts of pressure from Dakota. Kyle Jackson. Probably not going to be close enough to have a look into the hairpin here.
What a race from Zach
you're
Smith.
wrong.
6 seconds.
Oh, a bit of argy-bargy in the last corner might just allow Jordan Wong to come home here. Oh, not quite. He didn't pinch both of them, but he managed to get one on track. None of that matters because it is going to be his on penalties anyway. Jordan Wong grabs the podium, but this man, Zachary Smith, comes across the line in P1. And as Tom Maloney rightly pointed out, 6.5 seconds up the road. So even if you were to pick up a small 5-second penalty for that infraction with Zikai Chu, if that is to be the case, of course, the steward's yet to deliberate, he would still hold on to P1 if it was only a 5-second penalty. So a really classy performance from Zachary Smith in that last stint after the safety car there to clean up enough of a gap. Mitch Weatherburn will be very happy with P2 and or P1, whichever of those comes his way after the stewards have had their cup of tea on Tuesday. Jordan Wong, as we already discussed, grabbed P3. But this man, Momo, is going to crawl across the line on his beaten and scarred soft tyres. He was on for a really good result, it must be said. Battling up here with the Tier 1 fellas, the Momo man. Fan favourite Gerald Chu comes across with the Dirt Rally 2 line. He finishes in P13. Bevis Lau also doing nicely, coming up and filling in the grid. He comes across in P14. But that is Tier 1 in the book, and what a cracker of a race that was. Good to finish off the night with plenty of content there for review. Bevis Lau, the driver of the day. Another questionable call from Codemasters after they handed driver of the day to a DNF driver last week. Not sure Bevis was warranted there, having finished in P14, but hats off to him anyway. He gets driver of the day just for filling in here in Tier 1. Nice work, Bevis. Zachary Smith, another race victory in the books, and a happy little dance there as he comes on to the podium. He is your winner tonight from pole. He grabs P1. Mitch Weatherburn had a cracking race. Tell me he's not driver of the day from P10 up there in P2. And Jordan Wong stayed penalty free and grabs P3. Kyle Jackson, Dakota Chapman fell back through the field a little bit due to their penalties. Luke Bannister grabbed P6. Jaden Chia, Danny Wong, Jerry Can, and Zikai Chu finishing in P10 will fall back just a little bit from Zachary Smith in the championship after tonight as we head into the final half of the season. The second half very much upon us after this round. But yeah, cracking race there for Tier 1. Really good to watch.
Made up for a couple of snooze fests.
And indeed, another good night of Octane Online Racing, Jacob Weatherburn.
Oh, it's always a pleasure. It's absolutely fantastic racing from all three tiers again tonight. They always step up for us week in, week out, and provide the content.
Tom Maloney, big effort after winning race 3, comes in and gives you the goods for Tier 2 and Tier 1. Thank you for your knowledge and experience, sir.
Thank you for having me. It was a great night of racing all around.
Thank you, of course, to Alexis Bowen for casting Tier 3 and Tier 2 for us, and to Neil Alexander for stepping in here for Tier 1. Thank you to you, chat. Once again, best on ground to all the regulars and everyone else. That'll be just about it for tonight. We will see you back next week for Suzuka, which will be round 9 of this Octane Online Racing Legend Series. Until then, Jacob Weatherburn, Tom Maloney, thank you to you. My name is Jamie Conboy. We will see you on later this week.